of Tshwane University, as well as the Vice Chancellor, Professor van Staden. You are welcome. We will start with TUT, as I said, and we'll allow TUT to make a presentation. And after that, we'll engage with the presentation. And then when we're done, we will then go to CPUT. We've got about 4 hours between now and 1 o'clock. Maybe we might stretch it to about 1:30 or even 2 o'clock, because the sitting is starting at 3 this afternoon. We are receiving a presentation of the budget this afternoon by the Minister of Finance, Honorable Tshwane. We are all looking forward to the presentation of the budget, so that we can understand what is the state of our economy. We know that the lockdown, which were imposed as a result of COVID-19, has really had a devastating impact on our economy. Many industries had to close, and therefore that affected the economy. Yesterday, we received a presentation from Statistics South Africa employment, and we've seen that many people became unemployed as a direct impact of the lockdown, which were imposed to deal with the COVID-19. And so we are all looking forward to the budget, to see how much money will be allocated to our portfolio, to the PSET sector. We know that there are challenges in respect of funding students from poor and working class background. We are looking forward to see how much allocation has been made by Treasury towards that expenditure. And so we're all looking forward to it. Whether our country has been able to reach the revenue targets that it set for, whether we going to see a widening deficit. We are looking forward to the budget. So back to the issues here, we're having a follow-up, essentially, with the Tshwane University of engagements. The last one was last year when we visited the university during our oversight visit in February, I think. And we had some fruitful engagement. There was a follow-up, that there was a way forward that we determined, which way forward we're going to receive progress as to how far is the university gone in implementing some of the recommendations that we made. Members who remember that that oversight report was presented to the National Assembly. We debated it in the House, and the House adopted the recommendations which were contained in our report. And so those recommendations are now House resolutions, the resolutions of Parliament. So we are going to receive progress report in as far as the implementation of those resolutions are concerned. Let me take this opportunity to hand over to the Chair of Council, who will introduce the delegation from TUT. And then after that, we will allow the SRC. We have invited the students to talk to us. We understand that the SRC has got an interim leadership, which is constituted of about 7 executive members, and then the rest, quite a number of members in the interim structure. So we have invited only the executive, which is about 7. So the president will then give us the presentation, and after that we will ask the unions to talk to us. As we know that it is a culture when we go to engage with the universities or any other entities, we strive as much as possible to invite all the stakeholders that exist in the university community. And so we have got 1 hour from now up to 10 past 10 to get all the 4 presentations. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. Manyoni to introduce the delegation and to take us through the presentation. Over to you, Mr. Manyoni.
Good morning to the chairperson of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee and to the members of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee.
Yeah,
we, as TUT, we welcome this opportunity. With me, chairperson, is the members of the council that have joined the call. It is the members of the EXCO, Executive Committee of the Council, that have joined the call, and the Executive Management Committee members have joined the call. So we have a full house of TUT representation from the Council and the Executive Management. What we've done, chairperson, in preparation for this meeting, we have prepared a presentation that I think will be uploaded fairly quickly. And there will be, I think we got 6 items that we're going to present on based on the follow-up to our last visit. So there'll be a different presentation by different people. So from a process-wise, the Vice Chancellor will lead the first item on the presentation, and I will then repeat and I'll then present the other section. So I'm going to request that we get the presentation uploaded and get the Vice Chancellor to take us through the first item as per the request from the Portfolio Committee. Vice Chancellor, thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and the other members, Honourable members of the Parliament Portfolio Committee Chair. It is an honour for us to engage the committee today. What we will do as Chair, we will immediately go to the presentations. And then there will be a logical follow-up on the presentations.
Prof, we don't see your face.
The outline of our presentation would be the first part, progress with respect to the implementation of the recommendation in the committee report submitted to PPC.
Can you hear me, Prof?
18th of February last year.
Prof?
So I will start with the first item on the agenda, and
we can hear you, Chair.
Contained in the letter that we submitted.
Prof can't hear me. Prof, can you hear me?
He's muted now.
Prof, can you hear me? Professor van Staden, can you hear me? Yeah, are you able to hear
Honorable
me?
Chairperson, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm wondering if you can hear me.
Yeah, but I'm supposed to speak.
We can hear you, Chairperson.
But I'm okay. But I'm talking to the chairperson of the honorable chairperson of the portfolio committee. Oh,
Yeah, I think
well, I didn't hear anything.
Let's ask the VC.
Okay, let me then move on with our presentation, a TUT presentation.
VC, I want us to have a communication.
Okay, yeah, Chair, my apologies, technology. I will very briefly report on the progress in respect to the implementation.
Of
First
council,
item was opening up space for free expression by the University of Technology stakeholders, and in particular our labor unions.
I think there seems to be something wrong with the connectivity of Professor Van Staden. We can hear him, but he can't hear us. I wanted to ask him to switch on the video so that we can see him. Now I'm not able to get through to him. I wonder if the chair, you're not able to talk to Prof, just to switch on his video so that we can see him as he present.
Listen, I can hear you. Can you repeat what you're saying?
Okay, I'm asking that Professor Van Staden switch on his video so that we're able to see.
Prof, switch on your video. They can't see you.
And mute. 55 enough.
Yeah, you can hear you.
Someone else's mic is on. That's why we're getting feedback.
Okay, just switch on your video off and continue with the presentation. Yeah, we can see you now.
Okay, good. Again, Chair, I haven't heard you, Honorable Chairperson of Portfolio Committee. Good morning to you and the other honorable members, Chairperson. Like I indicated from our side, sincere appreciation for an opportunity to engage the Portfolio Committee again. Chair, we have a structured presentation here. I will start with the first one to give progress with respect to the implementation of the recommendations contained into the committee's report. We forwarded to the PPC a report on the 18th of February last year. The first item here is about the opening of space for free expression by university stakeholders. We had a council meeting where we actually deliberated this particular item, and we have a structured approach. We are engaging our stakeholders, in particular labor unions, through the TUT bargaining forum. There is evidence of many bilateral engagements with the Vice Chancellor, Labour, electronic communications, and various campus meetings. More important here, Honourable Chairperson, is that Council encouraged management to explore other avenues as part of the new stakeholder engagement framework that we are currently developing, Chair. The second item that we had to report on, Honourable Chair, was regarding the qualifications of the former Chief Financial Officer. This matter has been closed, Chair. You also sent out a letter to us indicating that that the matter is closed and that the qualifications of the former CFO is in place, Chair. The third item was the appointment of was the issue of Mrs. Malawuchi as member of council. Council considered the recommendation, but the reinstatement of Ms. Malawuchi was impossible since the term of office as a member ended on the 2nd of December 2019. The fourth item, Chair, was about the additional cost for incomplete infrastructure projects. Here we embarked on a comprehensive review process. The first issue here is the risk identification and mitigation strategies to be implemented as part of the university's procurement process and policies. And then the second item was cost recovery measures be instituted where the university suffered financial losses as a result of contractors' action. In this regard, Chair, we already started to recover costs. We are engaging currently one company where we feel that we need to recover our costs. The third item, Chair, was that our tender committee and finance committees of council will exercise stringent oversight responsibility over all the infrastructure projects in terms of procurement and the financial aspects. The fourth point was community engagement strategy to be implemented as part of the tender process during construction. Chair, here we've moved very far. We have a strategy to engage our communities, in particular in the townships where they disrupt projects. So we have a very structured approach regarding this, Chair. Chair, I'm finished with this first item. The next item will be covered by our chairperson of council. The second item here is Mr. Manyoni.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor.
Mr. Manyoni?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay, just make sure that the other gadgets
Yes, Chairperson, we're working on it. Just give us 2 minutes.
Okay, let me just advise yourself, Chair, and the VC. When you are sitting in one room, there's gonna be an echo because you are using two different gadgets, and if all of you are, your mics are on, there's going to be we're going to receive this feedback that we are receiving. So before another person starts to speak and open the mic, please make sure that the other gadget is completely off so that we don't get the echo that we are receiving now. Okay, Chair, you can continue. Chair of Council, Mr. Manyoni.
Thank you, Chairperson. We're trying to sort out the technology here, but I think we're good to go. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, proceed.
Perfect. Chairperson, as the VC alluded, I'm going to present on the next item, which was around the issue of TUTE. As you are aware, that follow up to the correspondence that we had with the portfolio committee and a subsequent visit last year by the portfolio committee. We, as the university, took the recommendation by the PCC quite seriously, to the manner that we decided then, as a follow-up, to institute process to review the whole TUTE enterprise business, and we appointed an independent assessor last year to look at some of the issues that were raised and some of the concerns that were raised about Chairperson, that beginning of this year we got the report back from the assessor, And we hold a special council meeting on 29 January this year to deal specifically with the matter of teach enterprise and the report of the support. We also had the TUTA board members attending the meeting, and council deliberated on the matter of TUTA. Very mindful as a university that public opinion does matter, and if there's any form of allegations, and to my satisfaction, Chairperson, I must say that the council did to a large extent deliberate themselves quite extensively on the matter. After the end of the deliberation, we came up with a number of intervention from our side in order to address the concern raised by the portfolio committee and the independent assessor to say what can we do to make sure that we fix the situation. Now, the first thing that we agreed as council was we would like to return to enterprise as an entity because it's not a unique concept to us. I'm sure a similar type of structure, and we have benchmarked that, and we do believe that TUT enterprise as a holding does have the potential to really add value to the university and really help us in terms of driving our debt revenue stream as a university. It's very important, Chairperson, I must emphasize that the university has got two policies that we really try to make sure that those policies come to life, which is the debt revenue stream and the private public partnership. Those were policies were approved by council, and that's the heart of TUT enterprise that we want to do that. Having said that, fix the enterprise. The first recommendation that we've done is to reconstitute the board of TUT enterprise holding, where we agreed that we're going to have an open, transparent process in terms of how we appoint members to the board of TUT enterprise, where we're making sure that we have people that have the right skill set and expertise and have the necessary public credibility to provide stability and credit to the entity. So we have proposed that we want to have a 7-member board, which is a new structure. 3 of the members will come from council, and those council members will be chosen on the particular skill set around the business expertise. And I must say, Chairperson, we like as TUT that in our council, we have a number of very astute business people and people that understand how to run business and the right credentials. Those are the independent board members that will be appointed through a transparent advertised process. We're planning to start the process advertising on paper and all medias in terms of those boards that we basically make the process transparent as possible, and we attract the right caliber of people that will serve on the board of TUT. The second point, we are going to appoint an independent chairperson of the board. So the chairperson of the board will not come from the council or from the university, but will be an independent person that will be appointed by the board, so that we maintain the independence and objectivity of the entity, and we make sure that corporate governance is upheld at all times. The process of reviewing the business model of TUT, the process led by me as a chairperson of the council. We're planning to refocus TUT to be specific in terms of areas that we wanted to focus on instead of it covering a number of areas, and really paying too much attention to making sure that it's performance driven and it focuses on driving and retaining back the return of investment to the university. We're very much aware, Chairperson, that these are public funds. We're very much aware that TUT was financed by university in terms of the university, and we would like the entity to pay back the investment that was put in. We have never treated that investment other than a shareholder's loan to the entity, so we expect that entity must pay back. So we are going to put a stringent process to manage that. The fourth recommendation is that we want to put a performance contract of TUT, which will have strictly and very firm key performance areas and key performance indicators, and so that they can able to demonstrate to us when they can able to meet their financial obligation as an entity to the university. That is the fourth one. The fifth one was also to look also the entire management and human resource management of Tshwane. We have agreed that we'll put together a performance contract for the CEO of Tshwane in terms of making sure that we have proper governance processes internally. Some of the issues that were raised by the assessor report was around some of the management issues. So as council, we take those issues quite very seriously, and we intend that we have the necessary governance process in place to make sure that we deal with those matters which we would like to implement to make sure that we manage any risk that could come about as a result of mismanagement of employees. The fifth recommendation, Chairperson, was around the relationship between the university and the TH enterprise. Now, Chairperson, you appreciate that TH enterprise it's regulated by the board, which it's got an independent board. So council per se does not get involved in the affairs of running of Tshwane. We are a shareholder to the Tshwane, and that relationship is governed by the board of directors. So from a governance perspective, our entry point to Tshwane is through the board of directors. We've agreed that we'll review the governance framework between the council and the board of directors in terms of the relationship and the delegation of authority between the council and the board of directors. We put in place an MOI, which is the member of a corporation for the entity. We are currently reviewing the MOI to make sure that necessary clauses are in place to protect one, but also making sure that Tshwane enterprise within the highest standards of governance and ethical behavior. So all of things we currently under review. We are also looking at the what we call the business model of Tshwane in terms of its relationship with the university, to make sure that we don't expose the university to anything that might happen as far as Tshwane is concerned. So, Chairperson, on that point, those are recommendations that we as council have put forward, and as I say, we have started with the process of restructuring Tshwane and putting this governance things in place. We're hoping that the process will be concluded by June, and hopefully by that time, we'll make sure that our enterprise entity is running smoothly and meet all the necessary ethical and necessary governance standard. I must overemphasize, Chairperson, that as council, we do take the matter of Tshwane serious, and we're hopeful that this time around we can definitely and change the public pay one unit, but it is about how as a university we can really drive that revenue stream for the university as a whole. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to hand it back to our executive head for HR to present the next slide. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, the Chair of Council. Prof. Prof, you have to unmute yourself.
I have unmuted myself.
Oh, it's somebody else.
Yes.
We can't hear you. Are you able to speak closer to the mic?
Can you hear me now?
Well, we can't hear you, ma'am. How far are you from the mic? Please just...
I have tried to come closer, Chairperson. Can you hear me now?
It's
I
very,
don't know what, I don't know whether is it just me or
no, she's very far, Chair.
yeah, your voice is it's a bit faint.
Can you hear me now? I've tried to come closer to the mic.
No, we can't hear you. Can we move to another person and then please just sort out your,
I will do so, Chair.
and then we'll come back to you.
Am I still not audible?
No, you are not.
Thank you.
You are not, ma'am. Can we move to, is this the last slide or is there somebody else who's going to present? Let's move to the next person and then allow you to sort out your the issue of your gadget there, and then we'll come back to you. Prof. Van Staden.
Am I audible now, Chair?
We can see you now. We can hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I will proceed straight to the presentation.
Okay, there is a gentleman who's helping you at the back. Can you please just make sure that it doesn't appear on the screen? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was requested to make a presentation on the disciplinary cases within the universities. And from the previous engagements with the committee, the university reported on a disciplinary against.
This slide is quite busy. We can't see the slide. Can you put it on? Can you put it on a slide board? This presentation. Okay.
Can I proceed, Chair?
All right, go ahead. There's somebody else who
Yes.
Prof. Van Staden. Are you? Somebody has to switch off the mic. Either is Prof. Van Staden or Moretlo Mukwele. One of the two. We are receiving an echo there, so please just mute your mic.
Are you still receiving the echo, Chair?
Okay, you can continue now.
Chairperson, in the previous engagements with the committee, we had reported on a disciplinary process against one executive manager. That is still the only disciplinary process at the executive level that the university is handling. And that relates to the DVC responsible for student affairs and extracurricular development, Dr. Moraka. What we have tried to do, Chair, on the screen is just to try and put the whole process that we have undertaken on one picture so that we don't have to go through a lot of narrative. I will just try and take the committee very quickly through some of the processes in that slide. The process started in 2018 in August when there were disruptions of the SRC elections and one student died. And in September, after a preliminary investigation, assessment of the situation, Dr. Moraka was placed on precautionary suspension, and an investigation, a full-scale investigation was concluded December of that year. And only in January, when the university reopened, did we then serve Dr. Moraka with a notice of disciplinary process. And in his case, it was a private arbitration because in terms of his contract of employment, discipline would be dealt with through a private arbitration as per the contract. And then the process started, but in February, when the process was supposed to start, Dr. Moraka's attorney withdrew withdrew from the process. There were preliminary issues. In March, Dr. Maraga's arbitrator that had been appointed, and the process stopped. So what we have highlighted and I've highlighted is that this process, the arbitration process, the university had to start from scratch with the appointment of an arbitrator. And because we use the whole procurement process that we have to undertake, and so that happened twice in 2019, and that obviously caused a delay on the process, where the parties have attempted to resolve, to reach settlement on the matter without getting into the merits, taking and all the other aspects pertaining to processing a case of this nature. The parties have attempted to settle the matter in 2019 towards the end. That engagement did not result in a settlement, and where we have highlighted in yellow, Dr. Maraga's legal representatives had raised points mainly around them requesting the chairpersons to recuse themselves. And at the end of 2019, again, just to conclude the matter, the parties attempted to settle the matter, but that was not, there was no agreement reached. And now in 2021, we, Dr. Maraga's legal representatives raised in November. The presiding officer, who is an arbitrator, considering the issues that they have raised, as you can see in red there, and the parties are awaiting a ruling from the chairperson. But in the meantime, because the case itself is not proceeding, the parties are attempting again to the case. And at this point, there is engagement in that regard. The engagement has not been concluded, Chair. Thank you. And the next item that I was requested to report on is for executive management positions. And this is in the university, these are positions at post levels 1, 2, 3, directors and executive teams. At this point, all our executive positions are filled, except for the one where we have an acting executive director, which is where we had a C, which is where we have the GVC suspended. And in the last engagement with the university, there were 2 deputy vice chancellor positions that were vacant. Those have since been filled, and there were 3 executive deans positions that were vacant or due to be vacant. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. You forgot to introduce yourself. Who was speaking to us?
My apologies, Chair. I had logged onto my computer with my name. My name is More Human Resources and Transformation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is I'm the Chief Financial Officer, and I'll be presenting 2 slides allocation. Is 29,500 recipients of NSFAS of each per year. Of that 2.8 billion share, approximately 2.3 billion was paid, and this owes us an outstanding amount of 431 million rands. So that's the basic summary of the cash claims, Chair. And the next slide, in terms of that 2.8 billion that was claimed as for NSFAS from the recipients, the breakdown, this slide indicates the breakdown per the different categories that NSFAS pays. So for our biggest allocation goes towards the student fees, which is 36%, and then 7% of the allowances, 6% goes to the university claims is against the university-owned accommodation, 1% against the leased accommodation, 19% against the accredited accommodation, and 2% for the transport allowances. But here we have to mention that that was for in terms of the normal academic year. But with the extension of the academic March, we had to claim additional allowances for the living allowances, and that equated to 230 million rands, and that is not included in the 2.8 that we have reflected above and in the previous slide. That is over and above the 2.8 billion. Chair, I'll pause. Thank you.
I hope, Prof, I hope you are taking precautions there in terms of the COVID regulations. Whether there's some sanitize, I see you are using one gadget. Can you hear me, Prof?
You can't see me, I'm sanitizing.
Okay.
Okay. I'm busy here.
All right, proceed.
I will present our last item, and thereafter our Chair of Council will close our presentation. Chair, yes, my presentation is about the readiness for the 2021 academic year. Here we've embarked on a remote multimodal learning and teaching and assessment plan, Chair, which was also approved by the DET last year. We've made several amendments. The remote multimodal learning and teaching assessment plan comprises of learning and teaching delivery through multiple modalities like printed materials, lessons recorded, learning management systems, video broadcast, etc., etc. During our survey, we determined, survey with students, that only 75% of our students have smartphones, Chair. So therefore, for the remainder of our students, we embarked on printed materials based on our geospatial study. So we delivered all those printed materials countrywide to our students. We also made data. We had some data provisioning to our students on a monthly basis, Chair. And we also had the deployment of zero-rated sites. In addition to that, Chair, we had a student support help desk where we've given our students psychosocial support based on faculty levels, a wide variety of multidisciplinary support. We embarked on staff capacity building, student capacity building, because CPUT is traditionally a face-to-face university. Chair, and then for the academic year, the first semester we've concluded last year in December. So this academic year will only finalize. The 2022 academic year will be concluded on March 2021, Chair. So as we speak, we've started early in January with the academic project, and we are currently writing exams, and we are moving speedily and swiftly to the end of this academic year, Chair. And then this slide is an exposition of all the planned key days for the 2020 year, Chair. I will not go through all of it, but very important to indicate that we will catch up, and by the end of this year, on the 15th of December, we will be back to normality in terms of the delays that we experienced, Chair. Very important also, Chair, is the new enrollments of the university. The enrollment statistics, very important is, Chair, that we have allocated in terms of our student enrollment plan with DET, we have 15,266 spaces for new first years. And we've received, and you can't believe it, a staggering applications of almost 200,000 already to be enrolled. So we are geared. So we actually entertain all these applications online. Thus far, we've already confirmed about 8,000 new students for the new academic years. Those are students who are currently in high school. Very important, we do all our processes online. There are a few spaces or qualifications still available, and we will communicate online through various systems to our prospect students, the availability thereof. Unsuccessful students, Chair, because you can imagine there's almost 200,000 students that compete for 15,000 spaces. Some of the students that we cannot accommodate, we will refer them to the central application clearinghouse of DET so that they can be considered by the other universities in South Africa where possible. There will be a student orientation, obviously, as usual, to our new entering students, the freshmen, through provision of videos. And then, Chair, very briefly, we will continue the new academic year, the 2021, again through the multimodal teaching and learning and assessment plan. We will embark on blended learning, like I've outlined. I don't want to go into the details of that. We will allow our students to return to the university in a staggered approach, but we will adhere the various lockdown levels. Currently at level 3, there are certain arrangements. So we will bring our students back to campus as per the COVID level regulations. We also introduced this year a new learning management system. We've realized that things need to reimagine. So with training of lectures through our new learning management system, there will be a lot of work done in faculties on e-learning. Our instructional designers will conduct studentation for us on the new LMS. It will be an online in-person academic support like this year in psychosocial counseling and support for students with special needs, Chair. So we have a comprehensive approach in that regard. Campus readiness plan, Chair, we have a COVID-19 task team that prepare campuses for safe return of staff and students on an ongoing basis. And we are monthly reporting all our plans and actions to the DET. A year again, students will return as per the regulations. Residences are available for students who need access of resources. Many of our students are very poor from deep rural. They don't have electricity, connectivity, etc. They're sitting with challenges. So we allow those students to return to campus, and they will work from their residence room so that we give them the necessary connectivity, electricity, because for some of them it's just impossible for where they are living, Chair. Lastly, successes and challenges of the rollout project of the 2020-2021 project. We ensure academic provisioning is uncompromised, Chair. We have ongoing surveys with all our students centralized, where we actually monitor the progress with the learning project, and where need be, through our Deputy Vice Chancellor Teaching and Learning, we made the necessary arrangements for them to catch up. We delivered 54,000 printed learning packs this year across country, Chair. We expanded our Wi-Fi provisioning. We have eye centers, available, and it's accessible to our students. And then we have a number of ongoing surveys, in fixing and improving our plans. In particular, those students with socioeconomic personal circumstances. Chair, the last thing is that we can confirm that the teaching, learning, and technology environment is prepared to finish this year and to complete the 2021 year. The only thing that we need to do is, Chair, we will bring where possible as per the regulations, Chair. This brings me to the end of my presentation, Chair. I will give our Chair of Council, Mr. Tilson Manyoni, an opportunity just to close our presentation, Chair.
Mr. Manyoni.
Chairperson.
Prof, switch off your mic. Eh?
Is off. Is off now.
Okay, we're running out of time now. If we can come back.
Chairperson.
There is an echo. Somebody else is switched on and the mic is on. That's why we're receiving that feedback.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Okay, we might have to move on and get other presentations, and we will come back.
That's fine, Chairperson. I think let's proceed. Thank you very much.
Yeah. In the meantime, please try and sort out your system that side. You know, it's not advisable that you sit in one room and all of you connect, because it's going to give us feedback, especially when somebody else's mic is still on. You are bound to get the kind of feedback that we are getting. So please try and sort that one out. After the presentation of the other stakeholders, we'll come back to you to close up. We are running out of time, so we'll allocate 10 minutes each to the students, the leadership of the workers. I think there are 2 recognized unions there. Can we now take the president of the SRC? Let me just confirm whether the president of the SRC or other members of the SRC are on the platform.
There's Mr. Mutiba, Chair, but he's speaking and is muted.
Okay.
I'm here, Chairperson of the committee.
Oh, is it Mr. Mutiba?
Yes.
Okay. You can take us through your presentation. Just introduce your delegation and then take us through the presentation.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. My name is Mike Mutiba, the ISRC President General of the University. I am with my colleagues here, the Deputy President and the Secretary and the triple S of the students. Other colleagues, I think they are struggling to connect, and there's only two that had commitments.
10 minutes to take us through your presentation. I'm going to.
Is it visible that side?
Yeah, we can see it. You can continue. You've got 10 minutes, 10 past 10. I am going to interject you if you are not done.
No, thank you very much, President. I think in less than 10 minutes I will be done.
Okay.
The presentation will be based on the following aspects, which number one is the state of affairs of the university from us as the students. Secondly is the teaching and learning of our university, and then the update to disbursement of NSFAS funding and allowances to students, and then student accommodation and the readiness of the academic year 2021. On the state of affairs of the university from us as a student perspective is the COVID-19 crisis with students studying through the online presentation, the online platforms and hybrid processes of blended system. And there is a need to have laptops for both NSFAS and the missing middle student. The provision for greater support for our students with disabilities during this period of pandemic and beyond, and also to capacitate both ARRC and to incorporate psychological support programs for students living in residencies. This must include the gender-based violence education programs to combat any form of violence directed to our ladies in the university, and also to employ our engineering students to run maintenance projects, and other than allocating these small projects to internal companies that does not transfer the skill to our own students. I will move on to our next point, which is the teaching and learning of our university. The university, after consultation with as well as advices from USEF, embarked on multimodal learning platform consisting of both online and hard copy printed learning material and respond to accommodating students without the devices and those in areas without proper connectivity of network. The survey has been rolled out to collect data for both students with and without devices, as well as to establish whether they will be able to participate in the remote online learning or not. The hard copy material were delivered to students' addresses, which are obtained from the student biological information on the ITS system of our university. The disbursement of data to students started last year when we commenced in July 2020 up until to date, which students are receiving 10 gig daily and 20 gig the night server for all networks, excluding telecom, which telecom is giving our students 20 daily and 20 with night surface. And there were also developments of zero-rated site to assist our students with online learning. The academic year 2020 was divided into 2 semesters. The first one was concluded in 2020 December, whereas the second semester, which we are currently at, is intended to be completed in March 2021. The challenges that were faced under the teaching and learning are as follows. Not all students were able to receive the printed learning material in time, and some received them late. So, and secondly, not all students are receiving the data. Some students started to receive this later after we've started with the online learning. The current platform which is being used is called the Blackboard. It can accommodate 15,000 students at a time. As a result, it put students at disadvantage as the online tests have attempts and students suffer as this, it kicks them during the attempt, and the system will regard that kick out as an attempt to students, and students will end up getting 0 from that attempt. There was no proper induction to students regarding that 0-rated site. Not all students were aware of how it works and it operates. So there's the current data allocation to students is also enough, as this online classes. As online classes requires more than 10 gig a month. It's recommend that all network assist our students with 20 gig daily and 20 gig net surface. And then on the third one, which is the update with disbursement of NSFAS funding and allocation to students. Students currently are happy that they are receiving their allowances consistently from NSFAS. However, some students have the money reflecting on the ITS system, but those students, some haven't received it up to date. We have students who have made appeals to NSFAS last year to continue to fund them, but they haven't received any response regarding those appeals. And few students were cut off during the extension last year, I think December. Those students were told that they were funded through different bursary schemes, and those bursary schemes didn't extend the allowances when the academic year was extended. And now it is worried to us as to, will these students also be funded in the academic year of 2020? We also have students who are suffering from the N+2 rule. Those students are able to complete their qualification as a majority of them are doing final years. So we request NSFAS to assist those students so that they are able to complete their, but with a large number of outstanding NSFAS debts. As a result, students can access their qualification, those who have completed, and they can't even access their academic records in order to apply for employment. We also request the university to subsidize our service providers that have been receiving 30% since the academic year was extended. The university should at least accommodate our service providers with transport for these students, because they are receiving 30%, which it is failing to cater all the services that are required to assist the students. And also on the fourth point, which is student accommodation, in the university we do not have accommodation crisis in terms of access or availability of beds in the university. But however, I think the following should be noted. In all accredited residences, there must be within 20 kilometers radius to campus, as the ministerial norms in section 4.1b says that if there is any building that is beyond 20 kilometers, the university must seek approval from the minister. And we recommend a review of all our properties beyond this 20 kilometers from campus with immediate effect. And also the transportation of these accredited residences, it must be as the same as standards, and specification must be the same as the ones which are listed in our university. In our house residences have dilapidated. The university should urgently maintain and renovate our internal residences. The accountability on poor or failure of maintenance must also be strengthened as to who is to be blamed for poor maintenance in an event of a building collapses, who should also take the responsibility. Last but not least is the issue of the readiness for the 2020-2021 academic year. Enrollment statistics, as the previous presentation has made, you have seen that the university have received close to 200 applications with a selection of 8,000 for first entering students, which means there is still space for more than 7,000 first entering students in the university, because it's targeting close to 15,000. So the late application system has commenced today online, post the grade 12 result release, and both the late application and the 2021 registration is going to take place online in adhering the COVID-19 regulations and curbing the spread of the virus. The challenges that we might face is the university caters for poor of the poorest, and as a result, not all our prospective students have access to the user-friendly of these devices and proper internet to can apply online and register. So there is also load shedding in most parts of the country, and this as a result, it clinches the network. Our ITS system in the university does not have the capacity to handle this online late application as everyone wants to apply. And this has been evident and has been observed for the past 3 years. And also the proposed deadline for the late application for the first time entering, it is not accommodative to everyone who must apply. We also, in our recommendation, we recommend that the university should use both walk-ins and online application in response to accommodate those without devices and network reception, and this must be done obviously in line with the COVID-19 registration regulation. The late application closing for the first time entering students must be extended with a week or two so that we can be able to have enough students to apply in our university. I thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mutiba. That was very exemplary. Just over a minute, but I think you did very well. Thank you very much. Can we move to the unions? Let's start with Nihao. Do we have a delegation from Nihao present?
We are here, Chair.
Okay, who's going to take us through your presentation? We're told there is a full-time shop steward of Nihao. Okay, whoever who has been assigned to present on behalf of Nihao, please introduce yourself and your delegation.
Thank you, Chair. The person speaking now is the person. We have a presentation that is prepared by the Nihao branches, the 6 of them. We met over last night and be able to put up a presentation that Comrade Lilo to start will take you from page 1 until page 4. I will take you for Lilo.
Only have 10 minutes to do that.
Thanks, Chair. I think we will manage. My name is Bongani Mlindo, Chairperson of Nihao. I would like to thank you, Chair, and I really appreciate this sitting. And as Nihao TUT, we wish that it can take place every year. I also want to thank the management of TUT that have improved between themselves and organized labor. As was indicated that the presentation was compiled by SACO from National Office. At this time, Chair, we want to disappoint you. We are a very united union speaking one. The presentation, Chair. Chair, it is the union feels like university has no clear mechanism on how to help COVID-19. because the screening process is not properly managed. There are no adequate PPEs. There are allegations of corrupt practices in addressing with the management. Data is not properly provided in terms of cases. The committees have no capacity in terms of health specialists, people that have specialized. Union, the extension of contract is the next issue that bothers us as a union chair. The extension of contract, there is a collective agreement and also a policy that regulates the retirement age, and we don't think but there is no proper compliance in terms of. We demand, Chair, as a union, that all positions that are about to expire at the EMC level must be advertised. The palliative directors, in fact, let me put it like this, Chair. Appointments from post level 1 to 4 are councillor appointments. But what normally happens is that the council only appointed DVCs and VC. Then the union is of the view that from now on we feel like the council must take over appointments from post level 4. And then watch slide 5 until the end of the presentation. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I will be starting on slide 5 on the visit by the portfolio committee. As a union, we will request the following from the portfolio, as there are some buildings and projects that are still remaining unfinished. What is the outcome on the report since you have come the previous time? The issue of collapse of governance that was raised before, so that we are briefed what has happened since the last visit by the portfolio committee. The third report is the report on the investigation of the SRC election, which led to the death of student. And then the next report that we are that which management was trying to clarify, but we don't have this report as a union. That's why we are requesting it from you, because you were part of your visit. These are the reports that have been given before litigation level against Mr. Makladele, but we had it now by management as well. And then the report on to chair investigation as well. These are the cards to get this report, which we have not yet received from either management. So we are requesting them through you since your visit, the previous visit. And then the next slide is on the challenges. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. Just go down.
On the challenges, the union field has observed a high level of favoritism from the DVC, TLT, and the EDH to other element where the DVC, TLT will change some of the lectures or senior lectures in terms of their way that they are
and they are done unilaterally, this kind of issues of workers in terms of the academics. The skyrocketing of legal fees, financial settlement of Dr. Moraga's case, and which led to the dismiss of Dorothy Kosa and Norman. In this one, Chair, we are emphasizing that the element of fees that are being paid more and more over for settlement. There's a lot of money that the university is using, because there are people acting on the position the person is being paid at home as well. And this, at the end of the day, we are just throwing money at the university. So these are the part of the issues that we want them to be addressed as well. Insufficient availability of facility. This one I'll elaborate quickly, maybe because I'm a facility manager in that area. The fact that there's a building that collapsed, around 8 classes were closed, and including offices were closed in that area. So if you look at Kharang, you are left with around 4 or 5. Now, that is the problem in Kharang, and the management of Kharang CMC have taken a route to go and look for tents to avail that particular problem. Unfortunately, at EMC meeting, they decided not to extract, and other buildings are still standing without even being finished. But the tents in Victoria are still here, even though they have infrastructure that is happening. And this is the problem that we find, that decisions are taken without considering these other campuses. They end up thinking they are the step. This has made the union to believe that there's a financial mismanagement in a case where you find buildings that are standing, and the issues of people that are on. The next challenges that are experienced by workers is that the centralization of admission in university will result in a massive shedding of jobs. I think this is especially the DHED approach in terms of doing a universal admission. So we are saying as a union, we are not in favor of this particular centralization of admission. I think universities are capable at this point in time. Where they will need help, they can get help from DHED as well. But in terms of now, the university is doing well in terms of registration of its first years and the student, the admission itself. So we are foreseeing that there are almost now 9 positions in the same area which are not advertised because of this element of centralization of admission. Must I let the minister on this effect? I think it's the same element that we are talking about in terms of the centralization of admission, that we asked the portfolio committee to give into the minister about this issue, that it will be shedding a lot of jobs as well. Then the next one, Chair, blended disregard of management on the collective agreement. It's one of the issue that IRA did, that indeed you will find there's agreement. Even today, we are failing to tell our members there's been agreement of NDA function, there's agreement of gifts, and unilaterally this agreement have been changed, and some of them have not yet been implemented as we speak today. So this is where we have been. So in terms of the people or custodians of the bargaining forum, which is in the office of HRED.
If you can summarize now, Mr. Valoy.
Yeah, I'm summarizing. I think this is the last slide, Chair. The last slide is whether we are ready, precisely because of the following reason. One, the resources are not adequate in terms of PPE. Since we received, the staff members will receive 2 masks the previous year. They eventually fade out. There's a problem in terms of those that are working at home. The network is not sufficient. Secondly, the network does not go to other media platforms. Thirdly, is that the connection is even poor at some stage. So that is the problem. The second element here is the strategy that must be improved and be made adequately. So we are asking that the management can, before the staff can invest in coming back, change the committees that are there in terms of issues of COVID. There were officers that are employed by statute. They can able to adhere to this particular COVID. Because if you go to campus today, even when I walked here, you'll find students walking around without masks. And now we are taking staff back to where the students are, and there's issues of, and it's not only students, even staff have such issues. So we are feeling that there must be adequate enough policing in terms of this. I see that you are coming.
Thank you very much. I think we must congratulate anyhow for this time speaking with one voice. When we visited the campus in February last year, we had anyhow structure. So it's a good thing that you are now speaking with one voice. It's something that we encourage. Thank you very much for that. Can we get each? Just stop sharing. Yeah, just let's allow Mr. Baloi to stop sharing his screen.
Yep.
So that, yeah, okay. Nteo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Talefang Mpete. I'm going to present on behalf of Nteu. I'm with me here. I'm with Ntate Mospeo. We are blessed with his wisdom at this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start.
Just before that, so you're going to speak to us without us seeing you.
Okay, I will share the video. Hopefully, you are able to see me.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated, I am Mr. Mpete. I'm with Ntate Peu, who will share the presentation. We would like to indicate that so far we are thankful of the opportunity that has been given to us to make this presentation following the previous visit. Our presentation will include, among others, governance, building and infrastructure, tutor, safety of staff during COVID-19, as well as the demands from Nteu. It is important to note that since the previous meeting, there has been progress.
Mr. Pete, you have to maximize the screen. Just make sure that it's on slide presentation mode.
Okay.
I think you might have to stop sharing and then start all over again.
Okay.
And then put it on, start sharing again, and then put it on slide mode.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay, maybe whilst you are trying to get your presentation on the screen, Can we get back to Mr. Manyoni to give us his closing remarks? Mr. Mbete, you can go ahead and get your presentation on the screen, but just make sure that you switch on your mic, and you can also switch off your video as well.
Chairperson.
Can we get Mr. Manyoni?
Chairperson,
the problem is still persisting. Let's give you the last opportunity to sort it out, Chair, and then we'll come back to you. Mr. Mbete, your screen is still not showing. Can you please attend to it?
Chairperson.
Okay. Who's speaking?
It's Malusi here. May I be recognized, Chairperson? Malusi Liopeng. I am the EFF Student Command TUT branch. May you recognize me? I just want to address you 1 minute of your time, Chair.
Okay, what is it all about, Mr. Malus?
Chairperson, I want to bring something to your attention and the committee's attention on two aspects. First, on the issue of the suspension of Dr. Maraga. Chairperson, from the start of this inquiry, or the legal dispute around the suspension of Dr. Maraga, first and foremost, this suspension was supposed to come about immediately after having obtained the forensic report. Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair.
You know that you can't address it.
I cannot. No. I just want to elaborate on the issue of the forensic report to you. That was of critical importance.
No. That will be irregular to allow you to do that.
All right, it's fine, Chair.
If there is anything that you wish to bring to our attention, please just write to us.
All right.
Whatever issue.
On the second accept, I accept that. May I address you on the second one, on the second issue briefly?
No, we cannot allow you to address us, Mr. Malosi, because you know that we've invited the students, we've invited the workers, we've invited management. Now, if we were to extend an invitation to all the recognized structures of the students, we'll have to get SASCO, we'll have to get DASO, we'll have to get EFF Student Command, we'll have to get all the recognized student structures in campus. And we'll have to dedicate the whole week for that purpose. So it's not possible that if we allow you to address us, then we must allow other structures as well. And that will be irregular. So please just accept the fact that you will not be able to address us. If you want to raise anything with the portfolio committee, you can write a letter to myself, address it to the committee secretariat, and then we'll look at your submission.
Okay, Chair, I accept that. May I also say something? I think this is pivotal in a sense that I am the complainant in this regard. But, this relates to the intervention of the SIU having made. Yes, Chair. No, it's fine. I accept
that because now you are transgressing the rules.
No, it's fine, Chair.
Assembly. No,
Chair, I accept.
Which directs how we must run the meeting, this meeting.
Chair, I accept.
Refrain from addressing us, and then let's get back to
payment or installment if you are unemployed.
Nteu, are you getting sorted out now? I see your presentation keeps on coming and going.
Yes, Chairperson. We
are finding difficult. The other option is to send it to the committee secretariat. We can send it to Anele, and maybe Anele may help you.
Okay.
Do you have a copy of the presentation?
Yes.
Chair.
Honorable Zia.
No, thanks. Maybe let's assist the colleague from Deu. Can you open the presentation and we'll take him through. Open the presentation. And then there on the orange or mustard, whatever color, go up there. Yeah. No, don't press. Go to the left. Yeah. There's a slideshow here on top. Press slideshow. Yeah. Yes, press there. Okay, go back. End slideshow. Yeah. There's a end slideshow on top. Go. There's a part where it's written slideshow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Column 7. Yeah. And then from the beginning. Okay, maybe it is a device, but we do have.
Might be, but it's fine.
Yeah, we do have the presentation. Maybe must just go through the presentation. I'm worried about time, Chair.
Yeah, we've got it.
Yeah, Chairperson, I think I also support the view that we move ahead with the presentation. You will be able to see
what
the
are you
presentation.
doing now, Mr. Pet? Are you must wait for our guidance.
Okay.
Yes. So we will allow you to proceed. I don't think it's the best way, but let's allow you to proceed. You must remember that you are not only doing it to the members who have received copies of your presentation. There are many other people who are following who have not received the copies. But otherwise, it's fine. In the interest of time, I think we should. We have got 10 minutes. Our technology expert, Honorable Litsie, tried to help, but okay, go ahead, Mr. Pet.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. I will go straight to the presentation itself. We'll start with issues of governance. On issues of governance, it is important to note that since your previous visit, there was an issue surrounding the previous chairperson of council, Dr. Bandile Masuku. It is we are happy that Bandile Masuku is no longer the chairperson of council, which is a positive move since your previous visit. However, it must be noted that, for example, there is a conflict of roles with respect to our Vice Chancellor in as far as his appointment as chairperson of the board of rules in the appointment of CFO, Skelo Mahlalela, and at this moment we are pleasing FO. Then, apart from that, chairperson, previously we had NUMSA in our campuses, NUMSA because they had no jurisdiction to operate in TUT. Most importantly, chairperson, it must be noted that we still have Professor Mukola as acting BBC teaching, in fact that he has reached beyond, he has reached an employee of TUT, despite the fact that TUT policy does not allow an employee to go beyond 65. This creates a precedence in terms of future employees who will reach the age of 65. They will also demand the same treatment. I will move swiftly and skip others which have already been emphasized by our previous colleagues in the House. We are also concerned about the appointment of interim campus rectors as well as executive deans. They have been appointed on an interim basis. We would like to see a permanent appointment in that regard. We are also worried about the appointment of executive dean, faculty of humanities in Soshanguve, the appointment of executive dean in economics and finance, as well as the appointment of assistant executive dean in economics and finance. Although we do have the arts campus at TUT, however, it is worrying to see that TUT has become a state theater where you have a lot of employees who are on acting capacity, especially at EMC. Infrastructure, there is a serious concern about the misappropriation and wasteful expenditure around buildings on various campuses. Those campuses include Pretoria, Harangua, as well as Soshanguve North and South. Slides specifically indicate which buildings that we are talking about. TUT is still an area of the result. There needs to be a review of what we have looked at previously in terms of the agreements that TUT has entered into with TUT. The proposed business model of TUT also needs to be reviewed. The service level agreement between TUT as well as TUT, the service level agreements between TUT and TUT is not structured in such a way that it serves the best interest of the staff of Tshwane University of Technology. Chairperson, TUT is a thorn at TUT. The union insists that the personal audits should be done on all staff members of TUT, because we have seen on social media some of them have actually displayed lavish lifestyles, which indicate that TUT must be used as a cash cow for such individuals. There are inconsistencies in TUT in as far as disciplinary actions are concerned. There are a lot of disciplinary actions which have not been completed. Disciplinary actions are based on subjectivity instead of objectivity. That include application of policies, especially policies on leave of staff members. We are worried about qualifications of some of the members of EMC. Although the qualification of the member consent has been resolved, we are still doubtful of that person's qualification to date. Chairperson, I'm not going to waste a lot of time. I'm going to try to summarize some of the things that we are concerned about in a form of recommendation or demands that DEU is putting forth. There are concerns with regard to employment relations, whereby employees in as far as leave is concerned, there is inconsistency in terms of provision and management of leave. There is non-implementation of collective agreements that have been entered into. There is no clear policy or mandate on in terms of how should employees work from home. It looks like it is based on a personal relationship between the supervisor and employee. That is, working from home policy is not implemented consistently. There are a lot of incomplete grievances that employees have raised, and the process of the grievances is prolonged by management. Negotiations on wages as well as conditions of service is also prolonged on the part of management, and we would like all these things to be expedited. As far as whether we are ready in terms of 2021 academic year, as we are saying that we have no choice but to be ready for 2021 academic year, but the question is when and how are we going to return to campus? There is no communication from management. Our online learning system keeps on failing from time to time, and it poses challenges in terms of assessment. It compromises the quality of assessment that we have. In our buildings, almost some of the buildings are empty, especially where there are classes. Provision of PPEs is not adequate, and enforcement is also non-existent. On the basis of that, ladies and gentlemen, we demand that a continuation of investigation on the dealings must be conducted. A lifestyle audit be conducted, do an investigation on the wasteful expenditure on defending wrongdoing and ineffective investigation into the relationship as well as NUMSA, because we still believe that NUMSA is operating underground. Our online learning system must be improved. There must be acceleration in terms of completion of disciplinary cases as well as grievance cases. Management must communicate with staff and students regularly, and most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, all appointments on vacant positions must be done as soon as possible. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our presentation, and we would like to thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mbete. The Chair of Council, are you still there? Let's give you the last opportunity to do your closing remarks. 1 minute. In the meantime, Mr. Mbete, if you can stop sharing with us. Yeah, thank you.
Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity. I must sincerely state that we had some technical challenges today due to the network. However, I think I'd like to thank the portfolio committee for this opportunity on behalf of the council, the executive of the university. We appreciate this engagement. I must state chairperson as incoming chair. I've been a chairperson from last year, May. We are looking forward to representation by our students and by our unions, because I think anyway, for us as a council, it's about collective leadership. So we are open for engagement. We are open for discussion, because what's important for us, and I can state categorically on behalf of the council that I lead, we have to do what's in the best interest of the university and our students and our stakeholders in the main. On those few words, I hope chairperson, we have managed to address all the issues that were put forward as per your last visit. We put forward, and I think we have taken necessary steps to deal with them, while we are mindful of the fact that this is an ongoing process. And I think in closing, we like to say we welcome the discussions, and we hope that we will continue having an open and a frank conversation with all our stakeholders, including the portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I thank you on behalf of the university and the council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manyoni. Those are the presentations, members. I thought that we're going to take the presentation until 10:10, so that we've got an hour to ask questions, to make comments and recommendations by members. Now we are running terribly behind schedule, but we'll still allow sufficient time for members to engage. And if we can please just avoid preambles and so forth, let's just get straight to the point and raise whatever questions, comments, or recommendation if members want to make recommendations. And then we are going to allow for some feedback or some response. I'm going to take hands. I see members have already raised their hands. Honorable Letsie will be the first. Honorable Machesi will be the second. Or Makesi, sorry. And Honorable Umamsbeya will be the third. Honorable Mananiso, the fourth, and then lastly will be Honorable Tambo. In that order.
I think, Chair, maybe let me start with the comment that I think we must comment. It looks like from the presentation of the students, it looks like TUT has done well in terms of supporting the student remote learning. Yes, there are challenges, they've raised them, but I think that is the first point that we must comment where there are good things. I think we need to agree on that one, that the students must comment this one. The students seems to be happy, obviously, with smaller challenges of networks, smaller challenges of data. I think maybe the conclusion I drew from the university's presentation and the student is that there seems to be a well-coordinated plan there on the student remote learning, and I think that should be commented or commended. But I need to ask Chair on the university presented a slide, I think, on finance that NSFAS still owes them, I think, 230 or so million or something like that. I just needed to know how much of that money was for student allowances, and what did the university do in the meantime? I've noted that the university presented that the students are writing exams, and I hope the money that is owed is not, to allowances, because you imagine if a student have to write exams and they don't have money to buy bread, that might be very difficult. And then the president of the ISRC there would have also students with outstanding debt. I just needed to ask him, are some of these students NSFAS beneficiaries? If so, did this student not benefit from the historic debt relief? And if so, why when funds have been allocated to address the historic debt of NSFAS beneficiaries? I think now recommended to us on the appointment of DVCs, that maybe it should be moved from council to the VC's office. And I think I want to just quote from the institutional statute of the university, Chair, point 63 there, which gives the powers of appointment of TVCs to council. And I think maybe I want to lobby them to agree that maybe that's why it should remain, so that we avoid this thing of absolute power to vice chancellors. It might not be that if I'm starting, but
it might be somebody else tomorrow, but we must avoid giving absolute power to one person. So I think if it remains there at council level, it creates a better look into the appointment of executive management, also to be given to council instead of vice chancellors. This chair, because we have seen in other institutions where this might not be the case, where you are giving absolute power to the vice chancellor, and that creates a lot of chaos in these institutions. Now, in the case of Professor Moraka, Chair, I think we must all agree that there has been delays. So we've noted from the university that they said the process is underway. Maybe, Chairperson, we must then ask the university to expedite this process quickly. It can't be that from 2018, was it 2019, I'm not sure, that we still have somebody who's been on suspension. Obviously, they must just find a way of finalizing this thing. And I want to lobby, Chairperson, well, I'm going to make this point at the end, but I want to lobby that when we visit, and I'm going to make that point, when we visit CPUT with Professor Moraka, that process should be, maybe we should give them till that time to finalize it quickly. Now, on two-thirds, I noted a presentation from the university, but I think it was too high level they did not give us enough details on the review of the business model and all of those things, but I think they did not give us the meat. And I want to be we must look in our schedule, maybe in 3 weeks or so. Maybe we must go do a physical visit to Tshwane University of Technology and ask them to give us details of all what the investigations, the reconstitution of the board and all of those. So they must give us a detail. They must just not say to us, we've looked into that. This is, I think, Chair, they were too high level, and I want to lobby that. I want to lobby the committee, Chair, that maybe in 3 weeks' time, we must just look into our schedule. But they must prepare a detailed report on 210, so that, Chairperson, when we take based on full details. And I think I want to speak to all other stakeholders that when we do a parliamentary oversight, will require all stakeholders, the university, council, unions, and students, to give us the truth, because we don't want to, may not be correct. I mean, when we went to TUT last year, and I saw that in a presentation of Fonteu, when I was going through it, was last night or the day before, that they also raised that the issue that they are not happy with. They are not happy with the conclusion on the matter of the former CFO, that they don't think the qualifications are correct when South African Qualifications Authority would have closed. So we're asking for total honesty from our stakeholders, that please be honest with ourselves, so that when we arrive at the determination, it's a determination that at least is informed. And I saw also on their slide, they were talking about many, one of their slides, many acting positions at TUT, but when TUT in fact, they presented that we only have 2 positions of acting staff there. So maybe appeal to our colleagues there, give us something that we can work on. Chairperson, when we went to TUT last year, a week or so after we went to TUT, there was a strike at TUT. In fact, at Rankua, where we went, at Rankua campus, there was a strike there. They built a great hall of Rankua right next to, well, I saw this on social media because at least when we were young, we were able to, interact at that space. So I saw a great hall of Rankua, a strike that took some time, to go down. And the report we received at that time was, I can't remember the name of the residence we went to, Pauline Hayes or something. I can't remember, but I think it was that. And the university would have presented a picture to us that their residences are fine, their residences are good, and all of that. And barely a week or 2 after, on social media, that even the students are raising it now, that the state of student residences, university-owned student residences, is not good. And I think, Chair, when we go there, we might want to also do that visit. Maybe the university must take us into confidence at the state of all their residences. They must take us into confidence because when those students were doing that, they were saying they wanted to move to leased residences and not university-owned residences. Maybe they must take us into confidence. Why? Confidence. Why was that the case, Chairperson? And I think this one of NSFAS Chairperson, I think it will require us maybe to have a discussion with NSFAS directly. But the SRC are suggesting that the radius of 20 kilometers must be increased, and I think we might have a problem, having noted that today we are getting a minister of finance giving us his budget speech. We might be having a problem there, extending, because if we extend beyond 20 kilometers, it means somebody must pay. And most often than not, that person might be NSFAS who currently has a problem of budget, Chairperson. So I want to lobby the student that on this one, it might not be possible to do it now, having noted the fiscal challenges this country has. I think, Chairperson, I just want to close, Chairperson, on this one, Chairperson. Let's ask them to give us a detailed report on the business model, on this thing of the boards, on the of tutor, and what is the way forward with tutor, so that what are the projections, what are the plans for their plans for tutor, so that maybe a decision, Chairperson, or make an informed recommendation on tutor. But I think from what they've given us, take an informed, and so I'm not happy with their presentation on tutor. I must say that, and I'm lobbying that members will come in, support this view that maybe let's go to view to TUT, and let's get a proper detailed report. And lastly, Chairperson, I want to echo your sentiments on how we're very happy that today they are speaking in one voice. We hope it's not only for today. We continue to do that, because in the past 2 or 3 of us, a union is a very important stakeholder in the university, and how being the biggest there, we're very disappointed, but we're very happy that they seem to be found each other, and we're very happy. Continue that way, comrades. Your unity there it will be a win for all the workers of that institution. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Itsia. The next speaker will be Honorable Makesi.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. Thank you to TT for the presentations that we got from them. I just have a couple of questions. I think most importantly, what I've noticed is the fact that like the University of Technology was struggling with technology. So I was kind of like wondering if they're struggling with technology, how are we supposed to be navigating ourselves across this? We have to use technology on a daily basis. I want to ask a question regarding the capacity of the university at the moment. Given the fact that, as I already said, that it's a technology university, and now everyone is going on hybrid and also integrated learning, how is the university taking advantage of that in terms of making sure that they increase their capacity? Because even if you don't have placement of learners, like for instance of students of what, let's say for instance you have maybe 100,000 students in your institution, is it possible that you can actually double that by utilizing this kind of system that everyone is going to? I'm saying that because I know for sure that like many institutions now throughout the world are going to take advantage of this. Make sure that like they increase their capacity because of the fact that there's technology that I don't think is a negative thing for these kind of institutions, because they can actually capitalize on this capacity issue. So I just want to find out if they look at their business model to say that can they actually increase the number of their intakes and capacitate the university to be able to do that. I think that is something that the university must look at. I just also want to find out, with regard to the graduates that you are having yearly, how many of those graduates do end up finding employment? I know I asked last time with NASFAS if they do have their trends to say, okay, if we're producing so many students or so many graduates, how many of them do actually end up finding employment out there? The other issue that I want to raise is the fact that TUT says that the TUT enterprise will repay the loan made to it with public funds. What is the repayment schedule, and by when will this be done? Lastly, also, I want to talk about the issue of infrastructure. We currently have major issues of infrastructure throughout the country, whereby the government is unable to deliver the number of schools that they intend to. I also think that is also an issue in higher education as well. And yet we have institutions that can actually be the ones that are training students to be contractors. Because the major problem with that sector is the fact that we don't have enough companies that are reliable enough that can actually produce quality work that is done by contractors. There's very limited number of construction companies that are reliable out there, and yet we have universities that are supposed to be also producing contractors. Construction has been seen as not one of the highly technical or even a niche kind of what do you call it, opportunities for students, because people look down at construction. But many students, when they leave and they can't find work, they actually go into construction and starting their own business of construction. Is there any plan for the university to actually try to say, how do we actually capacitate them instead of them, trying to learn construction on their own? So much, Chair. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Mamsbia.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for my presentations. Chairperson, in the progress report on the finalization of outstanding disciplinary, I think these are delaying tactics. Arbitrator has a diary clash. Morocco was sick. Morocco's advocate was ill. Sometimes the process is stopped, sometimes the process is followed. I don't think it will be finished. It will be done by this year. I don't think so. And the other one, they are saying that executive director institutional support is vacant, but they are not saying is the post advertised or not. If we can get a clarity on that. And D-head reparation, there is no number of students, and there are no NSFAS claims for 2020, no funds which were claimed. But in total paid by NSFAS, there is a sum. Who was paid? And NSFAS still to pay whom? Because there is no number of students which are to be paid. As from the 9th to 20 August, TUT recess. After 1 month, as from the 11th to 15 October, another recess. Why am I recess? Okay. We SRC, the students, there are students who are not yet received allowance and funding from NSFAS. But again, they are saying the IT system doesn't have capacity. Management. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mamsbia. Before we proceed, I think I made a mistake by indicating that the House will be sitting at 3 today. In actual fact, I've just received a correction. The Minister of Finance will be tabling the budget at 2 o'clock. So it doesn't give us enough time. I'm going to ask that please, members, let's just be, we still have CPUT, so let's just summarize the issues. But still make the important points, but in a summarized form. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. With what you have just said, let me firstly welcome the presentations. And one must say that on issues of NSFAS, I've been covered by Honorable Litsie and Honorable Mackenzie, as well on the issue of IT capacity. I just wanted clarity if there are any plans to ensure that they've got the capacity regarding IT issues. The other thing, Chairperson, is with regards to the recommendation of NEHAU. I think one wants to support their recommendation on issues of delegated powers to the VC to be given to the council on the basis that I believe that we would want to see an institution that actually promotes transparency and as well dealing with issues of favoritism. So I duly honorable. And then on the issue of governance, one must acknowledge the fact that at least there's a light at the end of the tunnel, that there's all stakeholders who are involved at TGT, they are trying to work with each other and work very well. So I want them to perhaps give us a program of action with regards to continuous capacity building on governance and management, so that we are able to track if actually they are able to continue their good relations that we have just seen them projecting here. Lastly, Chair, it's with regards to what they have indicated on issues of performance contracts. I want to check with them that can they just give us contracts on the basis that I believe as portfolio committee would want to see institution dealing robustly with transformational agenda. So I just want to get their synopsis with regards to those contracts that are being developed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yabo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I just have an ask on the human resources processes.
Speak closer to the mic.
Let me see if I can correct that problem.
Yeah, no, we can now.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to find out what the prescribed timelines are on any disciplinary case that the university undertakes, because it seems to me the university has a history of punitive disciplinary processes that drag on for very long periods of
Honorable Yabo, there seems to be a... Honorable Yabo, can you hear me? Members, I don't know whether is it me, but I'm missing Honorable Yabo.
No, we can hear you.
We are also missing.
Honorable Yabo, can you hear us? Can you hear me? We can't hear you. There's something wrong with your gadget.
by any staff member. And
Honorable Yabo, can you hear me?
I want to know what the prescribed timeline. Do they have a policy on what the timeline should be, or is it a case of discretion being held by those who are in charge of the institution on the process? The second matter I want to comment on, and I think Honorable Lucia might have touched on it sufficiently, is that Tute must present to us, because I saw or I heard where they speak of leveraging on public-private partnerships, especially in the area of student accommodation. What have they concluded thus far? What is on their books in addressing the shortfall on student accommodation? How far are they faring? And what criteria is being used to qualify those public-private partnerships? Who would stand to qualify to be a partner with the university in the resolution of the problem of student accommodation using the CPUT model? And how much have they raised thus far in relation to that? And I think that's one of the things I want us to know, to determine whether the two-tier model functions, works or not. And I think Chairperson, without wasting a lot of time, those were the two issues I wanted to speak to.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Yabo. Your connection was bad. You faded at some point. We couldn't hear the points you're raising. But I think you're speaking on timelines for the completion of the disciplinary cases. And you also spoke on the issue of Tshwane. But those are the points that we've captured. There were other points where we couldn't hear you. But let's move, members, let's go to Honorable Tambo had his hand up. I take it that he has withdrawn. Is it Honorable Numalo?
Hold on, Chair.
Or you still want to come?
No, I just wanted to re-emphasize the need to go to TUT to check the situation of the enterprise holdings. I think we can get a much more comprehensive report on that instead of a summary, and perhaps that can be enriched by a visit there, because there's a lot of critical issues that arise from the summary provided by the institution. And it's interesting that an institution would have such an arm as well. So I think it's something that we need to look into and get a more comprehensive outline as to how it came about, how infrastructure project mismanagement or management occurred, and things of that nature, because it's the summary is insufficient. And also I'm not sure, perhaps TUT can also unpack for us what was being raised earlier. Understandably, you had to cut that comrade who was speaking, I think it was from EFFSC. But I'm not sure. I'm interested in TUT having any comment on the relationship that the SIU has, because I even see in the chats here that it's being raised that the SIU had an interaction with the institution. So maybe they can give us just maybe something brief, unpacking to us what did the SIU investigate there in relation to that. I think I'll leave it at that. I don't have further than that, just that we must go there and get a comprehensive report on the enterprise holding. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Numalo.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you and honorable members and the team from TUT. Chair, you don't need to worry about welcoming me to the committee. Honorable Mkajwa did that on your behalf yesterday. So she was the acting chair yesterday. Chair, you know, I come from a disadvantage of not having been in the first visit, or when the committee, or when the institution was called to the committee in February. So I come to a position where we are reading from recommendations that were previously made by the committee to the institution to implement. But Chair, let me just shoot straight to my questions. The first one will be whether, because I recall that the institution had said they will be assisting students with registration, and that those who cannot be covered by internet from their own homes will have to come to the institution, and residents will be open for them in order for them to complete their registration. Now the question there, Chair, is whether does this also include first like allowances, or those that have been accepted, I mean to say, by the institution, that they could come to the, because my understanding is that if you do not have not been registered in that institution, you cannot occupy residence. So I just want to make sure whether they've got a provision for first year students. And Chair, let me just comment the relationship between the SRC and the management. And you could tell, you know, young people, particularly in the SRC, is a background where we come from, and particularly when portfolio committees or the SRC has to meet with the management environment, it becomes very tense. You know, now when these kind of relationships are what we see today, it tells you that there is an open engagement between the two, there's cooperation, because ultimately, if these two structures do not academically through riots, through one seeking demands and etc. Now, subsequent to that, it is the academic year being affected and all that. And maybe on the last issue, Chair, I realized that Neha had requested that the recommendations that the portfolio committee had put before be provided to them. And maybe, Chair, let me just put this to you that in this case, we maybe allow that the union does actually receive the recommendations or the progress with regards to the recommendations that the committee had made. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Numalo. Welcome to the Portfolio Committee once more. I wasn't there yesterday to welcome you. There was a joint meeting with the Basic Education Portfolio Committee yesterday, but you are welcome. We worked very well with the Honorable Ngobo, who was serving in this committee, and we hope that we will work very well with you on this portfolio committee. I see they want higher education portfolio committee to be constituted only of the youth.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Chair.
Yeah, is the only one here who's older than the rest of the team. But you are welcome. That was on a lighter note. Okay, let me just also make my points before we allow TUT as well as there wasn't much for the unions and for the students. The first point which Honorable Liabo is raising is the prolonged period of suspension of Dr. Moraga. When we visited the university in February last year, it's one of the issues that we requested management to finalize. Now we are back again in February again. A year after that, it has not been finalized. Dr. Moraga has been on suspension for 2 years. I saw a headline on Sunday World talking about the suspension and the fact that he's been paid over $1 million, sitting at home, not doing anything. The process is still unfolding. We don't have a sense of when this process is going to be finalized. I think it's something that is very worrying. When we visited the university in February, he had been on suspension for 12 months when the issue was raised. Now it's 24 months. And now this is very worrying, and I think it's very unacceptable that the university is failing to resolve this matter. I do not take the argument that there's been delays which has been on his side. It is in the interest of the university to finalize any disciplinary process expeditiously. So if there is any delay on the part of the person who's been taken through the DC, then it's in the interest of the university to make sure that whatever issues that are there are attended to, the DC sits and it has an outcome. So even in the presentation, I didn't get a sense of when is this matter going to be finalized. And I think that this is wrong. Chairperson of Council would remember that I spoke to him personally on this matter. I asked him to intervene to make sure that the matter is finalized. It does seem like this official request of the portfolio committee, including my request to the chair to intervene to make sure that the matter is finalized is being ignored. It's not been taken to heed. Now, it's a problem because there is a resources of the universities that have been used here. There is a person who's acting in the position. I'm sure that person has been paid an acting allowance, whilst Dr. Moraka is sitting at home also receiving a salary. There are funds that have been utilized to pay the attorneys, to pay the legal fees, and I would want to get a sense of how much have we, as the university spent up to so far. Because I somehow agree with Honorable Yabo that sometimes these processes may be used to punish, may be punitive in nature, that you leave the process to drag on until probably the contract of a person comes to an end. It's very unacceptable. And I think that the university needs to attend to this thing as soon as possible. There is a proposal that we have to do a follow-up by members. Members are making proposals that let's have a follow-up to get a detailed report on Twitter. I would say that when we do that follow-up, we need to get answers around this matter, whether it has been resolved, how it has been resolved, what is the history of the matter, how much money has been used in legal fees, and how much money would have been wasted as a result of this matter dragging for 2 years. I wonder what it does to the person who's sitting at home, who's been suspended for 2 years. Now, this is just unacceptable. So we'll request that report when you come back. The second point, I think, is on the issue of infrastructure. Now, it raises a concern about the state of buildings at the Garangwa campus. I think it's the same concerns that we received when initially we received representations, I think, from the same NEHAU. And of course, I think what happened is that NEHAU could not come to substantiate their own submission when we invited the university to Cape Town in Parliament because of the infighting in a number of branches. And I'm happy that today you're speaking with one voice, representing the workers. It doesn't matter whether we agree or we do not agree with the issues that we are raising, but for us it's important that as a trade union, you discuss your issues internally, and when you come to us with one consolidated view, which is what we want, because you'd recall that we did ask the question in the past, in whose interest is this division of the trade union benefiting? Certainly it did not benefit the workers. The internal bickering and the fights. So we're happy that today you're speaking with one voice. And so there is an issue that has been raised about the infrastructure delayed or abandoned. We visited Garangwa campus in February. We got a presentation from the acting DVC for operation, Mr. Matlalela. I don't know whether is still with the university or what's happening. And the presentation painted some kind of a rosy picture. So when we left there, we were sort of saying that the university must accelerate this process to get this infrastructure projects completed. Now NEHAU is raising it again with us and saying that the university has rented some temporary structures there, and they were then withdrawn or something like that. it's a matter which I think management has to look into it. I'm not expecting a response now. I'm expecting that we should receive quite a detailed report when we come back. We did receive a report, but now I don't know why the issue still keeps on persisting. And so when we come back, we may have to get a report which is detailed, which talks to the costs, which identifies these buildings that are not yet been completed. What are the costs of non-completion, or ever since this infrastructure projects were commissioned, whether there's been any deviation, what has been the budget, the appointed, the approved budget, vis-a-vis what is currently happening, and the projected expenditure at the end or at the completion of all those projects. Would like to get that report. I think on to 10 members have just summarized, I think, what seemed to be the concern of the portfolio committee, that the issue is being dealt with at a more superficial level, at a more high level, very superficial, and not details are being provided. And I think that will allow space for the university to go back and prepare a detailed report and come back to the portfolio committee. Maybe if I may just say that we addressed the letter to the university on Saturday after it was brought to my attention that there is a report commissioned by the University Council. The report of the assessor, it has been finalized, submitted to the university. So we asked for that report, which was then sent to us on Monday. We'd like to thank the university for sending us that report. I have gone through that report, and I think members also has received copies of the report together with a summary from our research team on what the report says. The report, I must say, does not paint a very good picture of the operations at TUT Enterprise Holding. And I would have expected that the council and management, the council in particular, should have taken the committee into its confidence on the matters that have been raised and how council will then deal with those matters. Now, let me just summarize some of them. Now, there are 8 key issues that are raised in that council. I think it's in the position of council. The first one is the rationale for the establishment of the entity. And there are certain observations, there are certain findings that are made. I don't want to repeat them. There's an issue of the governance structure, which is one key issue that is being raised. In particular, the board of TUT and how it was constituted. And then there's a business model that also gets raised by that report. And the fact that ever since the operation of the entity, there's never been any charter that guides of the board. There are issues of employment practices that are raised in that report. The recruitment and remuneration of employees, most of the employees who have been seconded. And the transfer of the amount from the university to the entity. And the fact that the financial reports which were made available to the assessor do not reflect these amounts as loans, so that there's an appreciation or there's a recognition in the financial statements that at some point these loans will have to be paid back. The report says that that issue has not been raised. So it does raise a number of issues, including the conflict of interest of members. Some of the members were members of council at the same time be members of the board, and the declaration of interest, which is an issue that Mte was talking about, the lifestyle and all of that, and the fact that there is no income derived from Tute by the university ever since its establishment. So it does not raise the third stream income, which was the very purpose of the existence of the entity. So these are the issues that are raised in the report. In summary, these are the key issues, which I would have thought that the council will take us into confidence as to how they are dealing with the issues. I don't even want to come to a point where we then make our own recommendations on the basis of that report by the assessor. But council must then retreat, go through the report, and then come back to us to say, on this matter, this is what we're doing. On this matter, this is what we're doing, or this is what we intend to do. But in a manner that is more transparent, in a manner that recognizes and take into account the fact that the report raises some adverse findings against the entity. So I'm in the same position as members that I am of the view that I don't think the university has done justice to us in respect of all those matters that have been raised. I think I agree with the issue around delegation. Well, council does have a right to delegate, but we have to look closely at what the statute is saying. Some of the functions council cannot delegate, but of course I'm talking under correction because I don't know the exact formulation in terms of what the statute is saying. Tony, how we will share with you the report of the portfolio committee, which was adopted by council. The other reports we do not have. The report on the situation around the student who passed on, the report on the suspension of Dr. Mraka, we don't have. We do have a report on Tute, which was shared with us by the University Council. But as we are saying that we require further engagement in as far as those issues are concerned. So for me, issue for follow-up is this issue of the suspension of the DVC, the infrastructure, the detailed report on the infrastructure, and as well as the detailed council report on the issues that are raised by the independent assessor appointed by council on today. So those are the three issues that requires follow-up from my side. But I would like to say this to the university, and that please, when we raise matters with yourself, either officially through these meetings or in letters and so forth, please take them into consideration. Please attend to them with the kind of seriousness that it deserves. Because sometimes I get a sense that the issues that we are raising, they just get dismissed as if they were not raised. So I would urge the university council. I made similar requests when we were in Cape Town, that please And I'm happy that some of the recommendations, some of the issues we raised, you really implemented them, and I must thank you for that, including our request that please open up space. I think almost everybody, all the stakeholders are happy that there is much more improved stakeholder engagement in campus. But there are certain issues that we raise which seem not to be followed up by the university, and I do not understand why. You know, I would not want us to come to a point where we will take a particular approach in respect of how those issues have been handled with yourself, because you are an organ of state. University is a public, it's a public entity, it's a public university.
I says, give me meeting. The guy.
Mute. Tshwane, please mute. So, so I'm saying that please take these issues to heart. So we will allow the university to respond. I don't know how much time do we have. We don't have enough time. So I'm going to allow you about 5 minutes, because some of the issues we will then follow up. As you can see, as I was raising issues, I was already trying to summarize the views that were raised by members and trying to give some kind of a way forward. But Chair, we will allow you to answer the few questions that were raised, please, in 5 minutes. Whether the Chair or the VC, collectively, the two of you, in 5 minutes, if you can then finally just respond, taking into consideration the fact that we'll have a follow-up, we'll have a further engagement with yourself. So some of the issues, we should not respond for them now, especially the ones that are raised. We can then receive a formal report when we come back. Chair? Is it the chair or is it the... Okay, maybe let's start with the Vice Chancellor, and the Chairperson of Council will then give closing remarks. VC, are you still on the platform?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right. Do you want to see the face, Chair?
Well, we've seen your face before, so it's fine. If it does your connectivity, your bandwidth, you can speak, but otherwise we prefer to see your face.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I will start to respond, Chair. From our side, management side, I think our Chair will say something about the council governance. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to interact with the portfolio committee. We've heard also the submissions from our students, our labor. Chair, I think we don't want to be defensive here. I want to say that we would rather get the final report from PPC, and we are willing to engage you on a face-to-face. I think that is what you are suggesting, Chair, with more details. Here and there when we responded, Chair, I agree there should have been probably more detail to have a deeper understanding of what we are doing. So, Chair, all I can say is on behalf of management and as a member of council that we are willing to take the engagements further, Chair.
Thank you, VC. The visit, the preference is to be physical, but we will come back because we have to get the approval for some of these things. So if it's not physical, it's going to be virtual. So we'll dedicate the entire day for that. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Firstly, let me reaffirm that the university and the council in particular, we have every intention to be as transparent, as open. As a council, I need to put the chairperson at ease that we do take the comments that the portfolio committee makes and the recommendation that it makes. I'm sure, yes, I agree. This speak to me at some point in time. And I think I made a commitment, some of the issues that we will attend to, and I think we are attending to those issues. We welcome, I would certainly welcome a follow-up conversation engagement on some of the things that you have raised. I agree with you that it might not be an opportunity for us to respond to all the issues. However, I think we are prepared and willing as a council to have a follow-up conversation in terms of the issues that the portfolio committee has raised and how far we work together. So I think, Chairperson, in closing, I want to really put on records that we don't at any point in time takes the matters raised by portfolio committee granted. We couldn't do that by any stretch of imagination. We committed to resolve. We committed to find a middle ground and making sure that we deal with those matters. So I will welcome follow-up conversation and follow-up engagement and promise that we will definitely commit to deal with those matters in a much more succinct and a much more detailed manner in the next engagement. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair of Council. Well, I think that is a summary of the meeting. We will have a follow-up engagement with the university. My apologies, I needed to clear my throat. Please mute. Please mute. Please mute. Okay, Mr. Nkwana is muted. So that is the way forward, Chair. We welcome your commitment, and we hope that we will, the issues that we raise, our advice, our recommendation, we welcome the fact that you take them seriously. So we will come back. We will engage with yourself. We might, and I'm saying we might want to invite the assessor, the person who made, or the company that made that produced the report. So we might invite the assessor to also come in and present the report to us. And of course, that will be determined by the extent to which you provide us with sufficient detail. If you do that, it might not be necessary, but if we feel that we need to invite the assessor to come and present the report directly to us, we will do exactly that. So let's thank you very much, Council and management. The SRC, thank you very much. The unions, Nehau and Teo, would like to thank you very much for participating in this process. I think we have had a very good meeting overall, and we are happy. One of the things that I'm taking away from this meeting is that there is a much better engagement with the stakeholders. That I think the university is doing good in following up, in engaging better with the unions, with the students. The students are happy, and I think it's a very positive development, unlike what happened in the past. So this is very positive. As you can see that when we came in, the issues were very long, and now there's a few of them outstanding on the table, which shows that there is progress, And I think we must recognize that that progress on the part of the university to deal with the issues that are there. So there are few issues that are still left, which we will then engage and hopefully craft the way forward on what should happen going forward. There was an issue raised by Nteo around the qualifications of Mr. Matlalela, the CFO. We addressed a letter to the university. We thought that probably the university will share with the university community that we have done our own investigation, assisted by the South African Qualifications Authority. And from our investigation, the finding is that the allegations that Mr. Matlalela did not have the qualifications that he was claiming to have was baseless, was unfounded. The South African Qualifications Authority were able to verify the qualifications and confirm to us. So we wrote back to the university. And I think as Honorable Litsia is saying, please let's take each other seriously. Don't come with frivolous allegations, because if you do that, then you waste our time. We had to investigate. I don't know what it did to Mr. Matlalela himself, that allegation when it was still being investigated that it does not have qualifications, when in actual fact he did possess those qualifications. So please, we appeal to all the stakeholders, when we approach Parliament, don't come with things that are unfounded, things that are frivolous, because we end up in the process, the reputation, the integrity of other people is on the line when we're still investigating, when it's absolutely unnecessary. That you know that this thing that you are raising does not exist, but you still continue to bring it to us. So that's how we close the matter. We regard the matter as closed. So I thought maybe I must also attend to that issue. But otherwise, thank you very much. If you want to continue, you can continue with us. We are going to have an engagement with the CPUT. We took longer than the time that we allocated, but there's not much that we can do. I am very, very strict now when we engage. So you can continue with the meeting, delegation from TUT, or you can log out or log off of the meeting. But now we must then welcome CPUT leadership. I've not received a list of who's part of this delegation. So I'm going to hand over to the chairperson of council, if the chairperson is on the platform, to quickly introduce the delegation and get us through the presentation. If we can max it at 30 minutes, or say maybe 30-35, and then the other stakeholders are going to be strict. It's going to be 10 minutes each. Thank you very much. I must say that as I welcome the chair, that the request to engage with the university and of CPUT, and we've not really been successful. We've been trying to write letters, set up meetings. For some reasons, these meetings were not taking place. We had an instance where we had to receive a letter from the student leadership that they will be marching to Parliament to present to us with a memorandum of demands. So we've really been trying to have this meeting. and we appreciate that finally the meeting takes place. So, Chair, if you are here, Chairperson of Council, I'm going to hand over to you to take us through. Do we have a delegation from CPUT?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and honorable members of the committee. Chair, I do have a list of members who are here. If the chairperson can just afford me opportunity to proceed to introduce the committee members, the members that are here, the delegation comprising of the council as well as the senior leadership of the management. Firstly, Chairperson, I must express our appreciation indeed as well that we have been afforded this opportunity to meet with the portfolio committee. I must express my regret, Chair, if there have been such attempts. The only attempt I know, Chair, is when unfortunately we had a strategic session. The others, it's a matter that we'll have to take up with management seriously, because at no point, Chair, I must assure the committee, do we avoid or are reluctant to meet with the committee. Actually, if anything, it is actually the opposite, because we have a view that the oversight committee is a committee that is very important to us, and it's also our sounding board as to whether we're doing right or not. So, the Chair, please be assured that we will do our level best to ensure that that doesn't happen again. The issue of difficulty to meet with the university, and in fact, Chair, I must at some point extend invitation to for the portfolio committee to visit the university so that we can do a more thorough and more time suitable conversation. Chair, my name is Zuko Mapoma, the chairperson of the council. I have with me the delegation that comprises of Dr. Platsky, who is the deputy chairperson of the council, Ms. Navani Devcharan, who is the chairperson of the committee and a member of the council, Mr. Tumusani Kumbi, a member of the council and the chairperson of the Students' Affairs Committee, Mr. Silongwalo, a member of the council, who is also a member of the trade union, Mr. Sonwabile Liza, member of the council, Ms. Lizelle Grunewald, Professor Kyoko, and led by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Chris Tapo, and then Professor Rishi Balkaran, Professor Kilimwe Mayende, Dr. David Paho, and Professor Driki Hayes-Swima, and Mr. Peter Duplessis, and the Registrar Silongwan, Silo Mukwena. Chairperson, I must indicate that the council itself comprises of various stakeholders within the institution, but this is a delegation that is sort of, we've tried by all means to make it reflective of the microcosm of the having said so, Chair, I know there are time constraints, as the chairperson has indicated, and also indicated that we're going to be strict. We appreciate that, Chairperson. We have asked as a council the Vice Chancellor to lead the presentation to a finish, and then we will take questions, and all of us, as and when the questions are relevant to a particular individual, we will respond to those. As a matter of opening, Chair, I must indicate that from the point of view of governance, as a council, we are pretty comfortable that on track on that. What is our focus now is the strategic trajectory of the university to achieve its vision at 2030. I do know there are challenges, Chair, but we have a view that those are challenges that are within our control. I do know also, Chair, that there have been attempts by the university to meet with the portfolio committee, citing some complaints. We have taken those to heart and made our attempt to deal with those issues and report to the committee. But we do think, Chairperson, that Embleton might assist also to take you through on how we have proceeded in dealing with these issues in good faith and with all humility, Chairperson, to ensure that the CPUT is the best it can be. It is then against that background, Chairperson, and within that spirit that we intend engaging with the portfolio committee. Without much ado, then, Chair, if you allow me, I would hand over to Professor Nhlapo to lead us with the presentation.
Professor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm actually sharing my screen.
Prof, can we see your face?
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Just sharing my screen quickly. Chairperson, thank you very much. Can we see the presentation, the slides?
Not yet. They are not appearing. Oh, are you sharing?
Yes.
Hasn't come through yet.
Let me try once more.
Okay, it's coming up. Okay, you can. It's on the screen now. Just do the slideshow and.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the very kind invitation. I will not repeat what the Chairperson actually said. I will just actually say we as an institution, we appreciate the opportunity of sharing our progress since our last meeting with the portfolio committee based on the demands that were sent to the portfolio committee by student leadership. There are 5 points that constitute the agenda. The first one is the main one, where we finish the portfolio committee with the report. That is student response, council's response to the memorandum of students, and the update on the disbursement of NSFAS funding and allowances to students. The third one is the governance and related matters. And of course, specific reference is made to the resignation of the former chair of council. The fourth one is the findings and recommendations of the progress with the implementation of the recommendations. The fifth one is readiness for the 2021 academic year, or AY 2021, or AY 21, depending on the nomenclature that you're using. Okay, I will not go through this aspect because my chair did actually go through, but let me just actually say, as an institution, we acknowledge the presence of all the stakeholders here, a portfolio committee on higher education and innovation, as well as the various stakeholders within CPUT, because that's what makes CPUT tick as an institution. And of course, Chair, the provenance of some of the issues here started way back. If my memory is presented with a memorandum of demands by students, and we dealt with those particular demands as management. That was the 5th of March. And of course, the night of that particular, of the destruction of property. And we know for a fact that another memorandum was submitted to the Parliament, which was actually the augmentation of not to actually share that with you because of time, of which we responded point by point as management. And of course, we appeared on the 12th, and subsequent to that, we reported back to the Exco of coming around the address of some of the items. That, of course, ultimately resulted in the council task team that dealt with all the matters that were actually raised and the subsequent response to the Parliament, which was actually done last year. And of course, hence this meeting. Now, going to agenda point number 1 on the council, we ask that we refer to the report because as a result of the campus protest in March 2020, these grievances of students who presented this memorandum to Parliament, and the SRC also directed a memo to the chair of council, who of course did not actually get this particular memo. I'm talking about the former chair of council. He did not get this memo, but Parliament, we gave same to the chair of council at that meeting of the 13th, of which the ball started rolling. Okay, I would actually like to unshare and go straight to the demands one by one, with your permission.
Go ahead, this.
Chairperson, I'm actually going it right now. This is a report that was submitted to members, and I would like to painstakingly go through it in terms of the demands, then I'll go back to my presentation. This report addressed all the 20 demands from demand number 1, where it's actually say demand number 1, the immediate upliftment of all evil suspensions from fees must fall in brackets 2015 up to the current term of office of Dr. Nshlapo without conditions. They must all be decriminalized with immediate effect. And then there, the answer is actually given around that particular aspect of 2015. And of course, to our knowledge, I don't think there is actually a 2015 matter that is pending. And if there is any, there are issues in terms of processes, in terms of pardon, if they are there, that are actually cancelled processes. But I think the answer is there. I will not read each one verbatim.
Are you, do you have a slides for, or you, where you summarize the response to the demands?
Okay, I do have slides, but it's not in detail. It's just actually the highlights.
Yeah, I think if this document has been circulated to members, it's fine. You don't have to share this document on the screen.
Thank you, Chair.
Just go to the slides because the slides would summarize the issues.
Thank you, Chair.
You see the document, we're not able to read because the font is quite small.
Fine, Chair. fine, Chairperson. I'm going straight back to my presentation. I don't know if can be seen. Thank you, Chairperson. So, Chairperson, in footnote there, please see the demands and responses in the supporting documents. As I indicated earlier, there was also a comprehensive feedback from management side. And then, of course, there was also feedback from council that was forwarded to council, and that is actually the report. The update on student funding, which is the second matter that was asked by the portfolio committee, is the next first disbursement. Here, the bullet points that we are actually having in this page is actually giving you some of the processes that we are undertaking within the institution to ensure that indeed no student is left behind in terms of registration. All of us are acutely aware, particularly this year, that 2020 and 2021 were indeed abnormal years. And as a consequence, we are doing whatever we can in terms of fundraising, but as well as ensuring that students are registered. You can see the last bullet there that we raised 69 million last year. And of course, we managed to assist about 2,000 students. These efforts are continuing this year again in terms of us looking at opportunities, even though we know that the what you call industry as well is having its own challenges, but we are continuing to play our role, particularly me as a Vice Chancellor, to ensure that I fundraise. And of course, I also have Vice Chancellor's prestigious bursaries, where we are ensuring that now all the students, particularly indigenous students, are actually taken care of. That is what we have disbursed here as of today. We have disbursed in 2020 16,220 NSFAS allowances to students to the tune of 423 million, and accommodation payment for about 8,887, that constitutes 324 millions. And then, of course, 2021, because of the extension of the academic year, that as well we played our role. And of course, the balance that is there due to NSFAS is about 11,800. The third item that was raised here in brief was actually governance and related matters, in particular the resignation of the former chair of council, Ms. Bia. And I wanted to say that here, Chair, Ms. Bia resigned on the 19th of March, and I know that she also called me, but the reason that she cited at council was actually personal and family reasons, because she used to travel between Gauteng and Cape Town. And sometimes the meeting of council can be very long, and I know that there were a number of meetings where she has to leave to catch a plane back to Gauteng. But those are the reasons that she cited in the letter. And the second bullet, really, it's around the process now. The council embarked on a process for the election of the chairperson. And at its meeting on the 29th of August, council unanimously elected Advocate Zuko Makoma, who was then the deputy chairperson of council, and he has been playing some of the role as well in the leading period as the new chairperson of council. And again, on the 28th of November this year, council elected with majority vote. It was a contested process, and ultimately with majority vote, Dr. Plasky emerged as the deputy chair of council. The finding from the Episo Commission and Mwerani Commission's report is an item number 4 on the agenda. Chairperson, I would like to preamble this by saying the higher education system is always dynamic space, especially true in South Africa over the past decade. The Cape Peninsula University of Technology is privileged to remain a university of choice for thousands of South African youth. And realizing that this is not a position to take for granted, the council at the time recognized that a tough examination, that introspection and examination, where the council will look at its strengths and weaknesses, must be made. And particularly in the unending protest actions that follows the year 2014 to 2017. And the council decided by virtue of a resolution adopted on the 3rd of October 2017 to appoint a commission of inquiry to inquire into and to report on the reasons for the breakdown in relation between the CPUT Council, senior management, staff and students, resulting from the protracted and at times violent protests that occurred on CPUT campuses during the period 2014 to 2017. That also encompassed the free Christmas fall period. This commission was chaired by Judge James Yekiso, and it has been furnished to the council and as well as the Department of Higher Education and Training, as well as Advocate Willem Heath Senior Counsel, which became known as the Yekiso Commission of Inquiry. Although the commission was headed by a retired judge, it was not a judicial commission of inquiry with concomitant powers. The nature and the status of the commission was there similar to an external investigative structure appointed by a council and duty-bound to provide counsel with a report. The issue here was the council was trying to look at the strengths and weaknesses and how we can ensure that we self-introspect. And then due to the sensitivity of the information being presented to the commission, a number of precautionary measures were considered to ensure the integrity and confidentiality of the process. And in this particular slide, one can actually say that there was actually a submission to the council with some recommendation, and of course, the council in the meeting on the 15th of August said there was the principle of audi alternam patem was not actually observed, and as a consequence, they would like to give people who are cited in the report a chance to give their side of the story to ensure that natural justice is prevailing. And of course, the commission agreed with the concern raised by the council, and on its own volition, they actually opened up the process in terms of actually ensuring that now the audi alternam patem is actually observed. And Chair, these are some of the issues that emerged from the report. It's actually there as well, part and parcel of the package that has been actually forwarded and part of the report that they've actually given. But in actual fact, one can actually sum up by saying that now council resolved to adopt the report and the implementation is actually taking place. One of the key recommendation was actually the whole question of the Office of Ombudsman. And we have been running with that as management. We've had about 2 workshops around this particular space. And one can also highlight the last aspect there, which is around the implementation plan, which is also part and parcel of the submission to the portfolio committee. The comprehensive implementation plan of this Yekiso Commission is there for people to see. The same applies with the Moerani Commission of Inquiry. I must say this one, Chair, is there in the public domain, but it precedes almost all of us. I recall when this was commissioned in 2008, I was just a couple of months at CPUT in a position of a DVC, Research, Technology, Innovation and Partnerships. But all the recommendation has been implemented already. And if there are those that have fallen through the crack, we are willing to have a look at that. But it's a public document, is there. Some of the people have long passed on who are actually part and parcel of that Moerani Commission of Inquiry, headed by Justice Marumo Moerani at the time. As far as readiness is concerned, which is the last point, Chair, mindful of your time, is that there are lessons learned from 2020. And of course, as an institution, our take was to finish the year on the 24th of December. And at the time, the 24th of December, 72% of our examinations or assessments were actually complete. And we made space for these 2 months to mop up and to ensure that we also have mini summer schools to ensure that we maximize participation by our students. And I must actually say, when you look at the results of 2020, in terms of the pass rate, is correlates, Professor Balkaranki will talk about this, is correlates with the 2019. So there are lessons to be learned here in terms of this multimodal carousel model that we are following as an institution, particularly in the light of the smart university that we wanted to be, that there is a room for smart education. It may actually at face value sound like an improbable odyssey, but it's a journey that we're actually embarking upon from 2021 to 2030. The results are so good, and our investment in terms of the strategy as well as the University of Technology should be actually aligned with this smart university or smart education that you're talking about. Due to a national directive of lockdown level 2 to 4 during 2020, the dominant form of curriculum delivery was via remote teaching and learning and using the CPUT multimodal carousel model. And I must actually say this carousel model is something that was also appreciated by the department in terms of how we rotate our students, and at the same time ensuring that now we observe the COVID-19 protocol. CPUT readiness survey to ascertain the readiness of staff and students for remote learning was also carried out in terms of devices, in terms of accessibility. That was actually carried through, and the response was good. And of course, we roll it out. Detailed guidelines for remote flexible teaching and learning. The carousel model was adopted and adopted by faculties and departments through lockdown level 1 to lockdown level 5. And of course, in this readiness at high level, you'll have towards 2021, the broad principle, AY20, the implementation plan, because the plan is actually mapped out, and the support for students. And I must say here that this support is critical. And I'm thankful to companies like Dell who came to our rescue for about 9 million to ensure that now some of the interventions are rolled out. And of course, that also assisted us in terms of improving the pass rate. The principles, broad principle academic year 2020 provided numerous learning opportunities, most importantly relating to all aspects of remote teaching, learning, and assessment. Planning for academic year 2021, we reflected on the lessons of AY 2020 and how can we use this particular aspect to ensure that we move through 2021 and beyond in line with Vision 2030, which is the vision that talk about us being a smart university of technology. There are many variables to be considered when planning academic year 2021. One of them is we've just finished Vision 2020, it's behind us. We've assessed what were the shortcomings. Now we are embarking on Vision 2030, which the Council approved in its last sitting as a strategy. And of course, restrictions on lockdown levels have been taken into account, curriculum implementation, student success within the parameters of oneness and smartness. This particular aspect is a discussion that we can unpack. if the portfolio committee will actually accept the invitation from the chair, maybe visit us, we can talk about this particular aspect. Because from Vision 2020, we learned that the human aspect was actually a challenge for a number of our program. And of course, we ensure that now in terms of elective, we actually include the human aspect. So that oneness has to deal with really the issues of common and standards of decency, and the whole question of how we can ensure that we build unity and coherence within the CPUT system. And of course, student success with the parameter of oneness and smartness will also be dependent on the investment around ensuring that now our classrooms are also smart. The issues of smart classroom is something that we are following, and we are actually way down the line. Of course, we are also incorporating the CPUT graduate attributes because the attributes that we have now are actually belonging to Vision 2020. And now we are ensuring that now, as we deal with the digital natives, we also speak that particular language as an institution. That's those particular two parameters that you can plot in the system of access. Oneness on the other hand, smartness on the other hand, you'll actually come up with a wonderful curve as to how, when you balance the two, you can actually ensure that an engineering student is not only knowing about the machine, but the person can also understand that it's part and parcel of Africa. Here I'm referring to a space program, which is a part of the Pan-African University, and of course working with the African Parliament, that it is important that students understand the history of Africa. It's part and parcel of the module in that particular space program that we're actually having. Chair, that's in brief, that is actually the summary. That this is the last slide that one will say there are lessons that I think we have learned, we have been tested, and our strength and resilience of universities have been tested to the limit. And of course, there are legacies that one must also state that we do have those particular legacies of apartheid in terms of inequality in the sector. We are also mindful of that they are impacting on university responses to transition and cope with COVID-19. However, opportunities to reconsider ways of being and knowing and reimagine the university is actually exists now, that it is time for us to reflect. And as CPUT, we said, it looks like we are prophetic because this smart university, this one smart CPUT, and of course this pandemic is actually serving as a catalyst. It looks like it is that particular good crisis that we should not actually let go to waste, because it is accelerating ideas that we have to be a smart university. But at the same time, as I've talked about being emphatic and compassionate approaches, especially when dealing with Senate matters, when dealing with assessment matters, that is very important that now we take those particular elements, because we realize there were challenging submission of assignments, etc. If you are emphatic and compassionate, we will be able to achieve the objective. The implementation of transparent communication strategy, mapping your stakeholders, and of course ensuring that now which of the stakeholders should be informed, should be consulted, is a part of the strategy that we have developed as an institution, and that also came as handy. And of course, let's talk about that positive catalyst, which is of course now the COVID-19 is catalyzing one smart CPUT. Chair, all in all, this is the last slide, but I was really flying over the slide, but it will be improper of me if I don't actually conclude this section by saying at CPUT, when you conclude our presentation, we always, as per our policy, use 3 languages. We always say thank you, we always say enkosi, we always say bayadanki. But I no, I'm presenting the portfolio committee of Parliament, then I must go all the way to 11. Chairperson, I thank you very much for the opportunity and will be ready to engage.
Okay, thank you very much, VC. I had thought that there is a summary of the responses to the issues which are raised in the memorandum. Now I see that you are referring us to that attachment. Are you able to take us through all the issues in about say 10 minutes? Because it's important to students. I thought that you have summarized them in the slides, but I see that you are not able to. Can you, in 10 minutes, summarize all the issues, the demand and the response of management?
As I said, they are summarized in the document, including the one that I've picked. Chair, I will go from slide 1. And the first one, Chair, in 10 minutes, was the demand around the suspension of the fees must fall. I've already spoken about that there are 20 all in all in terms of the suspension and of course the appeal processes. I've talked about that as well as the pardon process. But so far we are not aware of cases that may have fallen through the cracks. The second one is a long demand, which was not there in the management memo of demand of the fifth, but it actually found its way to the council. It was the immediate resignation of the following doctors, Peter Duplessis and Professor Moore. We demand that the University Council immediately terminate the employment or contract of Dr. Shapu or immediately suspend, place him on unpaid leave. This we demand, including allegations of corruption, malfeasance, nepotism, cronyism, abuse of power, and putting the name of the university in dispute. Dr. Shapu has proven time and time again that he is grossly incompetent and incapacitated to lead the hostility for 2 weeks, and his only form of response has been arrogance and manipulation of our campus. That is that particular aspect, Chairperson, that the council responded to this allegation, and the council is open to the people who are actually cited there. They are actually appointed by council. The council is actually willing to take actions because there is no room for corruption at CPUT. And they set a timeline that the evidence should be submitted by 4 o'clock on the 31st of January 2021, so that the process will ensue, but nothing has been forthcoming.
VC, I think maybe we might be unfair to expect you to respond to the memorandum, especially as it raises issues that I'm not sure if the chairperson of council can do that. I don't know what was your planning for this meeting, that you will deal with all the issues through the chair must respond.
Chairperson, I think you're right. I will yield back to either the chair back to through you to either the chair or the deputy chair to really give summary.
Chair, are you able to speak to the issues that are raised in the memorandum? Yeah, you can talk to us, Chair.
My apologies, Chair. I must say, Chairperson, that I'm quite handicapped to respond issue by issue because that has not been the approach that we had adopted. What we did, Chair, all I can do is to speak on the process. As the council, we elected a task team to work together with the Student Affairs Committee to sift these issues and then treat them and then report to council from time to time on the program of dealing with all these issues one by one. I'm at this moment now, Chairperson, to be honest with you, not in a position to deal with those in detail. But the only issue that I think much has more of a conflict of interest is the issue that relates to the allegations against members of the management, and that is the only issue, Chair, I can with authority to speak, that we put in the process those who make allegations are invited to substantiate them so that they can be followed through. Unfortunately, that has not come forth. So that's the only aspect, Chair, that I think I can speak about now, which I think the VC issues are issues that are sitting literally at the management for implementation purposes, and if there are obstacles, they have to bring them to our attention to deal with. So, Chair, with your permission, apart from that,
if you think that that is the only issue which raises issues about management, the rest of the other demands the VC is quite competent to deal with. It's fine.
Yes,
if that's we can hand back to the VC.
Sorry, Chair.
Thank you.
Honorable Tambo.
George, I just have a brief concern. I'm not sure if the VC has a summary like that he can do in a matter of 5 or 10 minutes of the demands, because the way he was going on earlier, it seemed like he was reading them point by point, so demand and response. And if he's going to continue in that manner, I'm not sure we're going to make it in terms of hearing the perspectives of the students and the unions. So I'm not sure if he can give a summary in the way that you suggested and not read it directly, because it's quite a few issues and won't be able to have a conversation as well as listen to submissions of other stakeholders if we continue in that manner. I was just at that concern.
Okay, no, it's fine. I think in the interest of time, maybe we should not allow the VC to go through them. I just thought that they are very important for us and for everybody who's on the platform.
Sure, I think
listen on management, but if that is going to be a bit of a problem, I can suggest that I'm sure members have received copies of the response. We can circulate it to the students. I'm sure the students, I don't know whether the students have received the response. And if there are other issues that may arise in the process, we can then go straight to whatever issue that has been raised in the memorandum. Is that fine? Honorable Tambo, in the interest of time. Okay. VC, you want to say something and then we can go to the other stakeholders?
Yes, Chair. Maybe before I yield back, Chair, there is one particular important demand that I just want to place on record, Chair. It's around the Yakiso Commission and the allegations that the Vice Chancellor is involved. All that I wanted to say, Chair, I'm just saying, for the period under the review of that committee, I was not the Vice Chancellor. And that's a context that I wanted to put, Chair, that I'm still a very new Vice Chancellor myself. So I was not the Vice Chancellor. The events that took place there, I was not the Vice Chancellor. I just wanted to put that, so that context is there. When it's read, it's read in that context, because people who are arriving in that institution, when saying VC, they thought that now I've been there for as a Vice Chancellor. Just wanted to give that context. Thank you.
Okay, it's fine. I think let's move to. It looks like Honorable. Let's go with Honorable Tamo's suggestion that let's not go through the. Unless if the student leadership is not happy, then we can then go back to the demands and the response. Can we hand over to the student leadership? I don't know whether the president of the SRC is on the platform to do a delegation. Do we have a delegation from the SRC on the platform?
Yeah, I see Nonele. I think that's the president.
Nonele. Your name was popping up on the screen. I don't know whether maybe it's a.
So, excuse me, Chairperson, I think she's muted. If you
Chairperson, good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon.
I'm sorry, Chairperson, I was struggling to unmute. This laptop is dealing with me. Yes, Chairperson, we're here. I'm with the Deputy President of the SRC, Sihle Ngcabi, Andile Xolo, the TG, Samuel Kibira, ETO, Wendy Kondlo, Chairperson of D6 Campus, Toya, Chairperson of Wellington Campus, Mihlali Mtsotso, IR of the Central SRC, and Sigelela, the local SRC Secretary of Belleville. And I am Nonele Kanyele, the Central Secretary General of the SRC. The President could not join us today for this particular meeting. Then I'll be taking you through to our presentation. Please allow me a few minutes, Chair, to share my screen.
And we also want to see why is the president? Nonele.
Chairperson.
President Dugu.
Those are internal issues, Chairperson, of our student governance that I would like not to deal with them in this platform. But I thought it is important that I report that the President will not be joining us in this meeting.
No. We want to know why the SRC led by the President. The President is not here. We want to know where is the President. He is no longer the President.
There is a president, a failed president, Pinda Swartboy, the one that will not be joining us. The president that you know, the Zola, the one who was with us in the first appearance, is no longer the president. So now we have a new president by the name of Pinda Swartboy.
Where is the new president? I'm asking Nonele, where is the president?
I don't know, Chairperson. I don't know where is the president. That's why I'm unable to give you the answers that you are asking. I don't know the whereabouts of the president.
Let's leave it. Okay, you lead the delegation, take us through, but switch on your video. Let's see who we're talking to.
Okay, Chairperson. Yeah, this laptop is freezing, Chairperson.
The laptop is frozen. There is an echo there.
Now
if there is more than one, Please, the other person must leave or must switch off their mic.
No, it's someone who just walked into my room, Chairperson, then I signal that I'm in a meeting.
All right, yeah, go ahead, switch on your video and take us through the presentation. 10 minutes.
It's frozen, Chairperson. Can I leave the meeting and rejoin because now I can't move?
No, it's
The
okay.
laptop has.
In with your presentation.
Nonele,
Oh, I can.
assistance. Can I
Okay,
share?
Wendy.
Can I share my side? Then I'll scroll for you.
You can, if it's going to appear on the screens of the members.
Okay.
Thank you, Wendy, for that progressive assistance. Chairperson, when you go to the second slide. These are the issues that we will be talking onto as per the request from Parliament. The state of affairs of the university from the student's perspective, response of the university on the memorandum of demands of students teaching and learning, student accommodation, update on disbursement of NSFAS funding and allowances to students' readiness for 2021 academic year. As I zoom straight, Chairperson, to the state of affairs, Chairperson, I think that it is imperative that since our last appearance before this committee, nothing has changed from what we have reported when we were appearing in this committee as it relates to the relationship that we have with the management and relevant stakeholders within the university. The district, the SRC, and the management is still the order of the day, which leads to antagonistic and hostile relationship between the SRC and the management. We're still facing the same level of disrespect and of the SRC by the management because they continue excluding us in decisions that affect the students of this university, and they continue taking decisions on their behalf without the involvement of the SRC. And this can be accredited to the failure of the management to ensure that they engage with the SRC in good faith so that we can reach amicable solutions in whatever problems that were faced. And with predicament that we've experienced so far is that what we have observed, the university uses COVID and its regulations to ensure that they stifle the processes, they continue to frustrate us, and they exclude us in decisions and discussions where important issues are discussed, especially when it involves the students, which is why we continue not to have good relations with the management. Pass when the second slide. On dealing with the response from the university on our memorandum of demands, Chairperson, I must say that we note with dismay that there was a response that had timelines, the memorandum of demands, but we have never received it. And it's for the first time that we see that in actual fact, there's work that has been done and there's a report that has been formulated that deals with our memorandum of demands, but we've never even one day received the report and had an opportunity to engage the report as the SRC and students as people who submitted the memorandum of demands. And following our first appearance, Chairperson, we had a hope that things will be better in the university, but conditions that we were in, nothing has changed. A directive was given by the council, by the portfolio committee, the council to respond to our memorandum of demand, which according to us have happened because we've never even seen the response that stands. And secondly, there was a directive that spoke on the Yegiso Commission, which we only saw on the 19th, and I think it's only 10 to 12 pages that only was released that deals with only the recommendations, and we had hoped that the entire report is going to be released for the community of CPUT to have access on and interrogate the report and read what was the what happened and what questions. Now we just saw the recommendations, of which we're really not sure what is happening and why isn't the report released on its entirety. And then, Chairperson, the reason we believe that we are still in this point is the same reason that there's no relationship and there are no negotiations between the SRC and management that seek to find amicable solutions. It seems like we just have meetings for the sake of having meetings, for the purpose of meeting that there was a particular meeting that said on a particular day between the SRC and management. And that is the reason why we continue to have a disjoint in communication between the management and the students. Because at times we just see a news flash. We wake up in the morning, there's a news flash that addresses things that should have been discussed with the SRC before they go to news flash. This saw us again last year towards the end of the year, where again the university failed dismally to address our demands that were put forward at that particular time. But the only thing that they did was to respond with immediate suspensions, where 6 students were suspended without hearing, without anything. They were just served with immediate effect. Their academic year was cut short in November when they were suspended. But it's only last week, Chairperson, where the university started to have those hearings. After, as the SRC have raised this in the executive and management meeting, where we're questioning the hearings and how they can let students be outside the scene for more than 2 months without any hearing. And Chairperson, it must be noted that CPUT management uses its judiciary office to ensure that they suspend student leaders, they instill fear to students, they abuse and Madam Dean abuse the power that is given to them by the rules and regulations of CPUT, where the Vice Chancellor can immediately suspend students. Now, it means we as student leadership, we must be afraid of these two people, because once you are raising your head, they suspend you with immediate effect. They threaten you with their lawyers because they have lawyers. We had an incident where Madam Dean wrote threatening to take him to lawyers, and the entire SRC of that campus, where they were supposed to distance themselves to a statement that was at management is on face, they are able to see what we write about them and come and threaten us with suspension letters and their lawyers. And this Chairperson, from his vindictive approach, where she always claimed that she won several shows on the ground. All her departments are in dire state. There is no improvement in the student governance. It's almost close to death because of the office that she holds that fails to end, but she excels in ensuring that she recommends that student leader must be started with immediate effect. Next slide, Wendy.
Money.
Teaching and learning. Chairperson, on teaching
leave the form. I'm in a meeting.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, man. There's somebody whose mic is on, and he has been doing that even in a previous session. Please, Mr. Ngwana, just switch off your mic so that you are able to proceed with the meeting. Please make sure that your mic is off at all times. Okay, continue, Nonel. Continue, Nonel. Nonele is also She's not muted. I don't know why is she not able to continue speaking. What do we do now?
Sorry, Chair.
Honorable Tambo, what do we do?
Can someone else from the student contingent continue the presentation?
That had to devise means to salvage the academic year. We had a multimodal, struggling with the multimodal learning as, and some were not in conducive spaces where they could provide it by the university. But it's not the what happens when this laptop freezes while you are reading. This is the problem that our students. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you, Nonel.
I get your person.
You're off. I think there's another one to take us through your presentation because your time now is it's actually has expired, so we can give you some minutes to finish.
Okay. I'm sure if
Nonel, what is wrong? Okay.
Yeah. Rita, we can hear you. We can hear you. Continue.
Wendy? We don't behave like that. There is a chairperson in this meeting. You are not the chair. So don't direct people what to do. Please, Wendy. Nonele, if you are able, continue. If not, please hand over to your colleague to finish off your presentation.
We're not going to get a chance to engage yet, Chair. I can tell you now.
I see. I see. We still have an hour. So if Nonela can continue, finish off the presentation, we'll really appreciate. Otherwise, we can then adjourn and then your presentation hand over to the unions to continue. Okay. Is the leadership of the unions on the platform? Who do we have from the unions? We've asked that they must do a combined submission. We don't have anybody from the unions.
We do, Chair.
Okay. Who on behalf of the unions will be taking us through the presentation?
I will, Chair.
Okay. Yes. Let's ask the students. Yeah. Okay. They've stopped sharing. So please, you've got 10 minutes to take us through your presentation. Load your presentation on the screen and then just go through.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, for this opportunity. And I'm greeting the Portfolio Committee Chair and the Chair and the members, the Council of CPUT Management, CPUT students as the reason of existence, and the labor force, CPU EU, NEHAU, NPSW, working together as RTU, joined on this presentation by NEW and Salip. I want to say to the unions, let's come. The first issue that we have as the unions, it is the feeling of the unions that the council is not adequately holding management. That is in terms of the staff or state of
Affairs in the university. In our perspective, we're saying it is the feeling of the union that the council signed off or approved at council level without a proof of consultation with the affected stakeholders, more especially when it comes to the unions. And the institutional forum, our observation is that is not supported enough for it to operate in its optimal level in sourcing and engaging with stakeholders so that it may advise council from more informed position. And this leaves council on more reactive rather than proactive position. And the last point we're also saying on this slide is saying non-involvement of unions on HRCC rather than limiting is rather limiting union engaging on labor issues on more strategic level. Those decisions are taken are directly affecting the labor force and condition of service. Thank you. Next slide. Chairperson, on this one, we're having an issue here. We have a feel as RTU and the sister unions, we are very concerned on how we perceived as an attack to unions and by dismissing their chairpersons. I think it's a case that has been dragging for 2 years right now, where the chairpersons were only one after so many people had access to a particular document, but it only landed up to be only the chairpersons of union that were dismissed or even investigated by this particular so-called leak of the information. And even though CCMA has ruled in favor of the chairpersons after they were dismissal was found to be substantively unfair and should be reinstated. But the CPUT has taken the matter to review. That is costing the institution money and is costing the institution time. And if you're looking, it's taking about 2 years. And how much money are we spending as the institution in there, which is not directly actually contributing to our primary objective or the reason of our existence. And we are also saying we are calling on CPUT Council to reinstate the two chairpersons and call to the parliamentary portfolio to investigate the Deputy Council, and we will assist on restoring the degraded labor relations in our beloved institution. Next slide. Continuation again on this. We have an issue at CPUT. There is a continuation of unilateral implementation of decisions. Once again, we just make a particular example based somewhere in 2013, 2014, we're talking about the salary disparities within the system, and that has never been implemented. But all of a sudden, last year in November, we just received a big news flash after prolonged postponements of the start of salary negotiation for 2021, 2021 salary negotiation. We just got a news flash saying anyone from grade 8 to grade 5, which form part of our bargaining unit as unions, but were informed that there's been a decision taken by council without our involvement, without us being informed that the higher earners in the bargaining unit, they are gonna get their salaries is gonna, and the lower earners were left with like that the way they are. We are saying this actually somehow for 3 years in a row on salary negotiations. We've been told that our council has actually gave a directive to management to make sure that they reduce fiscals of the institution, because we were sitting at 72 last year, of which we're supposed to be sitting at 65%. But now this decision of just increasing people's salary on the ongoing salary negotiations, we're supposed to be sitting on salary negotiation Friday last week. It was postponed. Even now on this coming Friday, we're supposed to be sitting on again. It's still been postponed. And we now they are busy deliberating on the matter. 2018, unions, 4 unions, the acting jointly as a representative trade union at CPUT, signed an RA and submitted to management. Till to date, there's never been any response on that RA from the side of management. The only thing that we have been changed was a shift of goalpost, where we're only given trade union policy instead of coming with an RA. And when we were going, they were told that they're going to run together. All of a sudden, the baby became the father, and we don't know how it happened. Thank you. So that is actually having a detrimental effect. Again, coming to the CPUT during this time, if you look at the logistics around this particular period and the effort put into there by all the stakeholders to try to mend the relationship within the institution, it is actually very like a 5% of the content of the EXO report. And also in there, when we keep on pushing to ask why this report is being delayed, we're told that we're trying to remove names of people in this particular report. All of a sudden, we got one person who is no more, who didn't even at the time when some of these things happened, he was not even there, but his name is one who would ask which name is better than whose name is much more important than whose name. And we are actually calling for the CPUT Council to come and give us a full report. Not that this was submitted in the what was the discussion before the recommendation sent to us. That's what we're actually asking for as labor movement. Thank you. Staff grading. We're having during the merger from Pentech and Cape Tech in 2005, there were so many since the collapse of what you call harmonization, because we're supposed to get someone sitting in Cape Town in the old Cape Technicon, and the person that was sitting on the Peninsula Technical be sitting on the same place. And then what happened? We were just told that the node system was going to be removed, and the performance bonus with the performance management system was going to be put in place. Till up to today, there is no single manager at CPUT that can tell you that this is how this performance members that it needs to be regraded. Going back to 10 years ago, where the work has grown and more work, more duties has been added. Now we're sitting with salary disparities in payments, and people are not paid according to the jobs that they're actually doing. Now what you have staff members at the bottom who feel disgruntled. I still remember there were 2 staff members in one department doing the very same job, but there was about 70,000 difference in their pay, in per year, in their salary, because someone benefited and monetized the salary till up to date. Yes, thank you. There is a need. We're calling actually as RTU, as to regrade, or to do a regrading audit and the naming of the positions in there. And we're also saying there's an issue that the institution is investing on labor. They will have fees waiver, they will have some sort of funding for us to study, which is great. But the issue that we're having is the labor force. We don't have a follow-up on these to you. We have gave you time off that we're supposed to render service to students. But now what do we do to recoup that? What services? Let us grow our own timber. You get the position that are not even named properly when it comes to CPUT. You get a very nice name. come to CPUT with that big name. Now we can't compete into them, but when you're looking at certain issues, we could have competed in that particular position, but the issue of our grade that was not sorted and the name of the position that was never encapsulated or fixed, and it makes us on the disadvantaged position into there. Thank you. We go to the next slide. Yes, 2020 staff issues, the readiness for 2021.
Yeah.
Okay. The issue is in the planning from the CPUT is only regarding technology and everyone. There's no plan on how to do. We worked till the 24th of December. We came back on the 4th. Now there's a staff fatigue. There's a frustration. There's an issue of people who are activated to come in because there is no support from management, and there is contracts that are ending abruptly in the middle of academic year. We just told in some faculties that the contract is not going to be renewed. New staff member in the middle of the syllabus, how do you cope with that? That is going to have a detrimental effect based on the performance. And next slide, progress on insourcing. They were having an issue on this one, Chairperson. They still today, there's no medical aid for this group. And in 2019, the institution took a medical insurance for this group of employees, an interim measure. But that interim measure became a permanent thing, that even the discovery primary care was not approved at the time by the Medical Aid Council board. Now, we still now are sitting here to say you are giving people a medical aid to doctors. The staff members of CPUT who came with insourcing are owing doctors and hospitals a lot of money. The last staff member was owing around 50,000 in hospital pay because it's not an approved for that particular hospital. So that is an issue. There's a job grading also in here. We are having an issue. At CPUT, the decisions that are critical are taken through CCMA. For this group, we were called on a section 189. While we were sitting on section 189, the same settlement agreement that actually undermined the same process to the extent that that section 189 collapsed up to today. It was the peak what they must take in there with an issue that the staff members were not during that process of that settlement in CCMA. The West staff members that were paid not according to what they were no due diligence that was to recoup the funds on those people and how to correct those ones. There is a signed what to call, we signed a collective agreement to fix everything. Till today, there's no implementation. What do we CCMA? Now, if you look in front of you, Chairperson, there are so many cases that are actually listed as CCMA because we are sitting with an issue where the decision can be made internally, not unless we go to CCMA. Once we get to CCMA, decision is taken to bring it for this group. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Esther, are you ready now? Okay. Who's speaking now? Who's speaking?
It's Isa from Organized Labor CPUT.
Okay. So,
yes, Chair, on one issue that we want to add on what the comrade had omitted, a very, very important and through you, Chairperson, please.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Chair. I think the comrade had never touched anything concerning insourcing, because, for instance, insourcing was agreed in 2015 by CPUT Council. Then the university dragged its feet deliberately, so they delayed it 2015 around 2016, 13 in November. There was then a meeting of all stakeholders that was convened for the implementation.
Now,
Chairperson.
yeah, no, I see another union leader wants to be recognized. If are you? Yeah.
I would like to assist, Chair. I was supposed to be the leader of the delegation to explain how we're gonna go about.
Yeah, you see, now you are interjecting when I'm speaking, and you know you are not supposed to. Just raise your hand if you want to bring something to my attention. Now, the comrade who wanted to add, there is no need really to add, because as you can see on the screen, the previous speaker dealt with the issue of the insourcing.
Yes, Chairperson, but I think there's critical information that we need to put here forward before the committee.
No. You are allocated time, and the time that has been allocated for the unions to make presentation has expired.
Yes, Chairperson, and sorry, Chair, and there was an agreement from the organized labor from CPUT that we will, because let me first explain the scenario that there are multi-unions that are organizing in different sectors, right? And part of those unions, for instance, NIU is organizing precisely on insourced workers. The first speaker will then speak and then leave time for us to then speak on the issue of insourcing. And on top of that, Chair, let's register this from the committee itself, because when invitation was sent to CPUT, we're then compelled to compile a.
Okay. I've muted that member because he continued to speak when I want to address him, and it's not in line with the rules. If your attention is being drawn by the chair, you must keep quiet, and then let's rule on whatever issue that you want to raise. Now, there was a time allocated for the unions to make a presentation. That time allocation has expired. If there are any additional issues, please, you can submit them at a later stage. We don't even have time now because we are really being we're not able to proceed, because now we get to be engaged in a dialogue about this and that. So the union's time has expired. I want to check with the SRC if they want to finish off their presentation, and then I'm going to briefly open up for the members. I've got a proposal to make. So I'm going to open up for the members to receive the proposal that I'm going to make.
Yes, Chairperson, we are back.
Who's that? Nonel?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. I hope you are fine now. Your connectivity is okay. Continue.
Yes,
Just
Chairperson.
5 minutes.
Oh, okay, Chairperson. Chairperson, I was concluding on teaching and learning. Wendy, can you share the screen again as I continue? Chair, I was on the point that was dealing about the quality and the standard of the laptops that we receive. This is exactly just happened to me now, because I was using one of the laptops that were issued by CPUT. Imagine when this happened and we are in the middle of the exam. despite Chairperson, the predicaments that we faced during the within that the university is continuing with the multimodal learning with the hope that they have learned from last year and there will be improvements going forward to the academic year of 2021, so that we do not have to face the same predicaments that we faced last year. However, Chairperson, be that as it may, it's unfortunate that majority of our students are being left behind again because they are still languishing the pits of financial exclusions. They are unable to register. Continue, Wendy. Go to another slide. Student accommodation. So basically, we must say that currently CPUT have more than 12.5 thousand beds across all its campuses, and they are both leased and CPUT owned. However, we find it very disturbing that we pay so much money to stay in these residences, but the quality and the standard of the services that we receive in these residences are way far beyond the accepted standards of a resident that is supposed to house university students. Student accommodation in CPUT is in a dire state, with majority of owned CPUT residences with no computer labs, no study areas that are conducive enough for students to learn in. And what we've identified is that majority of our residences, I refer to CPUT-owned residences, are not properly maintained, and there is poor management, and majority of them do not have, majority of leased residences do not have res coordinators, so that it can be easy when everything that happens, then we can easily escalate it to the management. And we've continuously raised these issues to the management, because this is one of the reasons whenever we go to a protest, this point is always part of us going to a protest. But Chairperson, we hope that following the visit from the council, PCC and SSC, will see improvement. But it's safe to say that we do not even have trust in those committees, because they've been here and we've been reporting these matters year in and year out, and there's no improvement. But we'll give them a benefit of a doubt to see how they will move forward from where we are currently. Pass, Wendy. Next slide.
Next slide, Wendy. So Wendy's gadget is also frozen.
Okay. The next slide, Chairperson, deals with the update on disbursement of NSFAS allowances. Chairperson, it's safe to say from our observation that NSFAS remains a common cause of despair across the higher education sector, despite the scheme being turned to a bursary in 2018. At CPUT, we still remain with a number of our students whose funding decisions are still outstanding, who are still waiting on their appeals to be approved by NSFAS. Around April and August, we had some of our students' funding discontinued, for some with no proper explanation in terms of what led to the discontinuation of their funding. And we've continuously written to Financial Aid Office and NSFAS querying about the discontinuation of this funding. However, till this today, we've not received a comprehensive report in terms of what led to the decision to disband the students that were disbanded in 2020, and what is the hold up in the appeals that are still with NSFAS and the funding decisions that are still outstanding. Perhaps this can be attributed to the system of students within the higher education sector. For 2021 academic year, we're still waiting on a directive from NSFAS, because we haven't received the circular in terms of how the allowances will be dispersed for 2021. We're still waiting on that, so that we can know what is the way forward. Next slide, readiness of the academic year. Chairperson, in a nutshell, we believe that CPUT again continued with the academic year before the time. Because our academic year for 2021 commenced on the 11th of January, and the registration, the registration commenced on the 1st of January. Between these two dates, Chairperson, where very few students were already in the system, as majority of our students were unable to register, were to send countless emails to the management for them to have meetings with us to properly discuss issues of financial exclusions, because majority of our students are unable to register because of financial exclusions. They've been excluded by the university, and I found it very disappointing and shocking that now they are able to claim and report. It was us who spent countless nights writing emails and proposals to the university management to allow students who owe more than 100K and have progressed to register with signing only the AOD, to allow first years understanding the circumstances that were subjected to in 2021 who have not managed to progress academically to register, and recall all the students that were handed over and wish to return back to CPUT. And this is our work. It should be accredited to us, not to someone else, because it was us who spent nights submitting proposals to the management for their consideration in this regard. And we will still have a huge number of our students who are still waiting for their residency status to change because they are unable to return back to campus if the status has not changed, and there are delays that are unexplainable in that department on the delay of the statuses of students to change. And majority of our students who are unable to register, those who are awaiting on their statuses to change, are left behind. Hence why we strongly believe that at least CPUT should have waited a bit to commence with the academic year of 2021 so that we can cap any challenges that can surface in the long run due to students that are being left behind. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Mele. We allowed you to conclude your presentation, although you were way beyond the allocation. I think I had to be very patient with you, because the reason why we are engaging today is because of the issues that have been brought to our attention by the students. And so I thought maybe we must give you enough time to finish your presentation. To the workers, please just get organized in future. If you have agreed on something, do as agreed. You get allocated time, you prepare your presentation, whatever is not in the combined presentation, and it's something that we can't say anything about, because it's you who agree on what must be brought to our attention. So in future, please don't do that, because now you would want to turn this thing into a forum where you are engaging and bargaining with the management, and this is not. Now I see a lot of hands. Let me just put this proposal, members, and you will interact with the proposal. It's now 13:34. It's quite clear that we won't be able to do justice to the issues in the next 30 minutes. That is the first point. The second point is that from where I am sitting, I don't think that council and management has sufficiently prepared according to what we requested them to prepare on. So I'm not quite satisfied with the response that we're receiving or the presentation that we're getting from management, especially in relation to the issues that we asked council and management to prepare on. There is a contentious issue there at the university, which is the implementation of the Yekiso and then the Moerane reports. And those two reports, there is a request that they should be made available to all the stakeholders. just on the basis of what we have received ourselves today in this meeting, I don't think that there was an attempt to respond to the issues that we raised with management and council to prepare around, because we gave them a guide on what to prepare on. That is the first. That is the second point that I would like to raise with the members, and so propose that we have a follow up, or we request the university to go and prepare in line with the request that we made to them, to give us more detail, to summarize. I appreciate they responded to the memorandum, summarize that in the slide form so that we are able to follow, not only ourselves, but those who are following this meeting. I know that this meeting is streamed live. I don't know whether it's televised live, but there are many other people who are following. So if you make, say, refer, those who are following may not be able to follow what is happening. So prepare around those, but give us more detail about what were the exact recommendations of the Yakiso report, what was done by council in implementing those recommendations, what were the exact recommendations of the Morane report, and what is it that council has done point by point in implementing those recommendations. Where is the report? Do the stakeholders within the university community have this report? Why are they not having the report, and all of that? So I think on that one, I would make that proposal, members. Can I get members to quickly speak on that in 3 minutes, 3 minutes each? Honorable Liao. Oh, Honorable Mananiso, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I think I'm covered by your sentiments to say that the council and the management didn't actually do justice to us in terms of giving us what we wanted from them. And Chairperson, want to say that perhaps we need to do a physical oversight to CPUT, because some of the things, they are better being said face to face, as honorability like to say. So I just want to say that because of with the engagement and the presentations that we just got, deliberating on issues, it will be the waste of time, because we want to do what we want today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. You just caught me by surprise. Chair, I agree with the proposal. Further, I want to make a point to both the Vice Chancellor and the Council that there are rumors there that the Vice Chancellor is micromanaging with the substructure of his office. And, you know, I got taken aback when I saw the Vice Chancellor responding when we were supposed to be Council responding, and when we gave the Chair of Council Chair to respond, he actually said in almost well, details of such, but the Vice Chancellor had, you know, something very strange. And I think I also want to agree with you on the issue of the labor union. When we agreed on something, we are raising very pertinent issues that really need our attention. But also at the end, you almost created a problem where now all of you want to speak, and now you know, it was not ideal. Maybe next time let's improve on that, because we get your presentations, we go through them, we prepare, and I agree, Chair, that if we're to interrogate each report, will not get anywhere. The current sisters, I'm just worried, Chairperson, about this one of students. Lastly, I want to appeal to them, Chairperson, to this thing that we have a Somandla, I don't have an English word, a Somandla kind of a situation where the vice chancellor and the dean of students, they can wake up and decide, no, let's deal with Tebogo today, suspended experience. And I want to appeal, Chairperson, to these comrades, that these colleagues of ours, that maybe they must rescind those suspensions, Chairperson, because clearly, I mean, those things are illegal. We've got lawyers. I wonder who's paying for those, because it looks like it might be university lawyers being paid by money of public funds, and they're using them as a slush fund to abuse power. I hope that is not the case. But I agree, let's go to VUT, to CPUT physically, and see all of these things for ourselves. But I'm appealing to them, entertain the idea of giving this, what do you call it in law? I forgot it, but abandon the process of discipline them. Let them come back to campus. Let them go to school. Let them improve. Unless they repeat again, then we can't really.
Honorable Yago. Are you fine, Honorable Yago? Okay.
Chairperson?
Yeah.
No, I just want to make a brief comment that I want to agree with your proposal, but I also want to emphasize on the, I think, the observation that the Honorable Letsie makes, that in the earlier engagement, the VC, having read a report that also speaks about him, when the matter is referred to the chair of council to respond on that particular report, the chair of council seemed to be, let me use a difficult way, discombobulated, to say the least. Even referring to us that he must acquaint himself with the issues, as he does not have a response as yet. We advise continuously that it is important that in institutions of higher learning, we shouldn't have a scenario where it almost seems like there's an all-powerful being in all institutions of higher learning. And this is why we have all these governance structures, to ensure checks and balances, so that the integrity of the institution is not compromised. But I want to agree with your proposal, Honorable Chair, that let us have this session at another time where the university will have prepared sufficient on the issues we would have requested them to submit to us. And also, it appears to me, just from the surface, that there is a lot of stakeholder differences. I wouldn't want to say conflict. There's a lot of stakeholder differences in the institution. I would advise that in the next engagement, probably with us having physically visited the institution chair, as I may suggest, they would have ironed out these differences that are showing ever so poignantly as we are addressing this meeting. Let me pause there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Tambo.
Thank you very much, Chair. You know, I think we must, as members and people who come to the committee, reflect that we are all under oath. Because when we say we are going to be brief, we must be brief. Because what happens in the committee is that people allege that they are going to be brief and they're not brief. So we must remember that we are under oath. When you say you're going to be brief and you're not brief, you're breaching your oath of office. So I think that's the first thing I want to raise. We agree with your proposal, Chair, and I think we must take it forward. And then I think I want to also advise stakeholders when they come to the committee that as people who conduct oversight, we are privy to your reports. So when the chair asks you to be brief or to summarize, I think stakeholders must take into cognizance that they are seeking relief much of the time from the portfolio committee. And when the chair asks you to summarize, you must also take us into confidence that we've read your reports and will be able to engage them more substantively as the people that you seek relief from. So I think I must just put that out there as well. I want to say briefly that I agree with Honorable Lietzi. The capacity that the Dean and the VC have of just immediately suspending people just reveals to us an institution that does not have conflict resolution skills. And the fact that suspensions and expulsions come from these processes of, firstly, a very suspicious procurement of private security and overzealous one, and from a consultation between two individuals, just seeks to suggest to us that these expulsions and suspensions must be reviewed. There must be a manner in which, taking into account as well that as a country, South Africa is a country with a protest character and a protest culture, that it uses, and particularly to social economic issues, we approach them with a process of restorative justice. So this thing of just immediately suspending people when confronted with your own failures is completely useless. It shows us people can't resolve conflict. And we must take it seriously because the student and university space and TVET space is an intellectual space. And if your constant solution to things is to suspend people and to call private security when there's law enforcement in this country, is nonsensical, wasting money, and it's something that we must look into. And I think as a committee chair, we must develop a perspective on the procurement of private security firms by public institutions of higher learning. It is undoubtedly a leading factor of wasteful expenditure, and there's a common trend of corruption within that. And these people do sexual harassment, they violate students, and in most instances conduct sabotage by burning buildings and blaming students for that in order to extend their attendance. So I think I must just leave it at that. It's just an observation that I'm making. It's not a conclusion, and I agree that we must conduct oversight there as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Tam. Honorable Mkacha, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. You raise your hand very late, so 2 minutes for you.
Apologies, Chair. I'm under oath, as Honorable Tambo has said. So if I must be brief, I'll be brief, Chair. But Chair, I just want to say that I support the sentiments that members have shared, and the way forward that you have proposed. And I want to say that I'm really frustrated, Chair, that we are unable to move forward on the CPUT issue. Chair, there's so many institutions that we need to give attention to. And I mean, Honorable Mayaniso's suggestion in terms of us going to CPUT is a great one. It just provides further concern to say that at what point do we then get CPUT at a state of which it is stable and we are comfortable with the relations internally at the institution, with the way it's being administered, managed, and governed, so that we can then give other institutions, the time for this. I personally am frustrated by that, Chair, and I really urge all of us to try and find a way to commit ourselves consciously to progressively move forward on this matter. We'll soon be accused, Chair, of having personal vendettas or motives when it comes to CPUT, but ultimately all we seek to do is to do our job. So thank you very much, Chair. I hope I have remained within 2 minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Mkacha. You did. Maybe what we will do, we will then allow the CPUT leadership council and management to go and reflect and to go and prepare a detailed report in line with what we have requested from them. In preparation for the meeting between ourselves and the CPUT Council and Management, we would recommend that there must be engagement with the student leadership, with the representatives of the workers, and just to listen to what the workers and the students have to say in preparation for that meeting. So we're giving space to management and to council to go and engage and see if they can find each other in preparation for the meeting that we're going to have. Now, the student says we are still in the same situation that we were last year in March, and that is not good. That the issues that should have been ironed out, they still remain pertinent. They still remain with us now, long after they were raised. I don't think it reflects well on the willingness of management to accommodate the views that are expressed by the stakeholders. Workers are critical of management, of council, and these are the biggest stakeholders in the university. The workers, the students, and if two of the biggest stakeholders have got a very negative perspective of management and of council, and I think it's a matter that council must reflect on, management must reflect on as we prepare for the next visit. We will look at the possibility of coming and doing an oversight visit to the university, but as you know, we're still under the adjusted level 3 lockdown conditions. So whatever that we do, we must also take that into account, whether we're able to travel and what are the conditions there. But if it's not possible, we will have to schedule another meeting with the CPUT. Now, Honorable Mkhatshwa says that an impression might be created that we are targeting the university. No, we are not. We are simply responding to the issues that are raised by the students. We've got the responsibility to address those issues. Something happened, maybe I must just bring it to the attention of the members. Something quite strange happened last year. And I think it was 6 months, almost 6 months after our engagement with the CPUT and Fort Hare University. Because when we engage with CPUT, I think we also engage with Fort Hare, the University of Fort Hare. I got the letter from the speaker saying that she received a delegation from CPUT who came to complain to her that the chairperson was not treating somebody from the University of Fort Hare properly. And this was raised by the delegation from CPUT. Now, I tried to seek for clarity as to what exactly did the delegation, in particular the Vice Chancellor from CPUT, find objectionable about how we're addressing, I think, the administrator of Fort Hare. Because I did not understand why would one Vice Chancellor want to act as a shop steward of another Vice Chancellor or another administrator. So I did not understand that, and I hope that it's a matter that will be clarified by the VC so that we are able to explain ourselves, because it looks like there's something that we did which, in the opinion of the Vice Chancellor of CPUT, was not right. I don't know what is it that we said in that meeting, but clearly something that I would want to be followed up so that I get to be clarified. What is it that the Vice Chancellor of CPUT find objectionable about what I said about the administrator of Fort Hare University? Because I'm sure that that person would have wanted to speak for himself and not to have a shop steward speaking for him. But in the next engagement, I would really appreciate Professor Nhlapo if you can clarify me on that issue, so that at least I understand that when we do our job, we follow up on the matters that are raised with us. We are not being accused of doing something which is objectionable, which is not right in the eyes of those who appear before us. But otherwise, we will meet again. We'll communicate with the university. We'll communicate with the student leadership, with the workers. Hopefully next time the workers will come much more prepared. All your issues must be in one presentation. These things, like Honorable Tambo says, it's sent to us in advance so that we can read them to prepare for the engagement. So there's no need to elaborate on something that is captured in your presentation. Otherwise, thank you, members. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.